Okay. I think that should be balanced enough. Just there we are. Yeah, that's probably good there. Maybe pull that up a little bit more. Yeah, that's probably good. Hello, Dragonaut. How you going? Hope you feel better. I'm better than I was yesterday. Um, yeah, I was really bad these past couple of days. The first night that I was sick, I didn't get to sleep until about 4 a.m. I was just lying in bed dying. The second day, yesterday, was really bad. It was like I had like sore throat and my jaw was like my jaw hurt. Like it was constant dull ache along like the entire hinge of my jaw. It was really bad. And so I was lying in bed until well after 8 a.m. And then it was like every like 15 minutes, a blob of snot would roll in my my nostril and completely wake me up. It was horrible. I'm better now though. I'm like on the other side now, where I've still got like phlegm and stuff in my throat, but it's mostly cleared. Yeah. Where were we? Yeah, I wanted to come back and work on this guy a bit more because he's been sitting on my shelf for so long. So I want to actually see if we can make some good progress on him. Because last time we spent the whole stream working away at this banner, and I really like how it turned out. And so, I remember at the end of the stream we figured out the I figured out how I wanted to do the how I wanted to break apart the patterning on him, because I wanted to have a mixture of patterns and no patterns to sort of make it all fit together. I think the idea was this one's going to be here. Just got back from the gym and then immediately lost all your gains by going to McDonald's. Huge. That's what... I mean, look. You earned it. It is what it is. Got to do a progress report soon. On... on what? Or, oh, do you mean just like, a post with like the progress we made on stream? Howdy, Shelly. Hey, Rebellion. Okay. I just need to like piece this guy back together so I can remember which parts we want to do heraldry on. I think the way that I had worked it out was when your 3D printers broke. Oh, rip. Jeez, okay, that's annoying. Everything I've done recently. Yeah, true. I should do some posts with yeah, just some photos of what we've gotten up to. Already bought a new one. Okay, I guess, well, when you're using them a lot, you got to be decisive with that. So, I think the way that I had decided we were going to pattern these was essentially we were going to sort of alternate between heraldry and no heraldry. And so for these panels here, I think the idea was essentially... Yeah, I think what I was going to do was I was going to do heraldry on the knees and the banner, and then leave the groin free, and then we do the chest, and then potentially leave the shoulders. No, we wanted to do the shoulders because there's some nasty texture on the shoulder there, because I originally had stripes on these and then I sort of went over it. I think we want to have heraldry on the shoulders. What do you reckon for the legs? Do you think we want to get heraldry on the shins and leave the knees clear, or on the knees and leave the shins clear? Because I really like the shape of the knees. I think they're really nice, just in terms of like how smooth and shiny they are. I feel like they could look good just left bare. And then we get the we get some transfers onto the shins. And then we potentially leave the chest clear. Or maybe we put some some heraldry on the chest as well. And then we do the shoulders, and then we leave the top clear. Leave the knees clean. Yeah, I reckon that's the way to go for the for the knees at least. But I think I forgot to grab the top of the top. The top of it is over in the next room where I was with my light box. But I think we definitely want heraldry on the shoulders, and then the top is just going to be completely clear aside from the 2 stripes of hazard lines that we've got on the sort of vertical strips. Did you actually? Okay, Gavin. Well, I guess we can tackle the issue of the shins later, and let's do the shoulders, because I know for a fact that I want to do the shoulders. I am going to go and grab the top shell of it, because I want to sort of be able to see it all together to help see how it fits together. So one sec. I still also need to come back through and do the hazard stripes on this remaining yellow strip, because I haven't done that yet. Although I could also potentially leave it as is and have a lot of heraldry going along there, just like lots of transfers in place of the hazard stripe. I don't know if that would look good though. That is one possibility though. Oh, it would be an absolute shitload of work, but imagine building the hazard stripes out of a shitload of little black symbols. Would that not be crazy? Do I have lots of repeating black symbols that I could use for that? I don't think I have enough skulls that I could repeat along there. You would think I would have an absolute shitload of skulls that I could use for that. Also, with the Iron Warrior skull, how visible do we think that will be put onto my onto these panels? I think it's light enough that it should be pretty visible because it's very reflective and it's a light silver. I reckon we should be fine putting it onto the dark panels like that. Okay, let's tackle this one later, and let's just focus on shoulder pad, because that one I know we'll want to do at least something for this. So, composition-wise, I'm thinking we dedicate the... so first of all, which shoulder are these going on? I'm thinking this here is going to be on this shoulder. Oh, shit. So this one is going to be this shoulder. So this shoulder is going to be here, which means that this face is going to be our front face and this face will be our back face. And so for the front face, so the way we split this is going to be one of these I think we're going to want to dedicate to we want to dedicate to proper Iron Warrior symbols, and so things like we'll probably want the Legion mark, and then maybe things to represent battles that they had served alongside the Legion. So we'll have a bunch of skulls for kill tallies. Maybe we'll have some chevrons to show something. I don't know, but to represent things. And then the back panel will be dedicated to the Night House itself, and for that, I like the idea of using these stag heads. Not super visible, but I like the stag skull for the Knight's personal heraldry, and then we'll have that as a recurring theme in other parts of the night. Oh, hey Cyrus, how you going, mate? Hey Silver. Not number one this time. Wow, you can always work at it, Cyrus. Yeah, I reckon what we can do for the front panel, it'll be mainly focused on the Iron Warriors, so it'll be Silver Skull. What number Legion are the Iron Warriors? They're like the 10th or something like that. One sec. Iron Warriors Legion. Then part of the 9 First Foundation. No, it's Trader Legion. I feel like I should know this. I did know this. Is this the shoulder plate for the knight? Yeah, this is gonna be the front shoulder for the big fella, for this dude here. Yeah, I'll zoom out. You see, I've stripped him naked, and we're gonna be working on all his parts. They're the 4th Legion. Okay, 4th Legion. I was way off. Do we have Roman numerals in our transfers? Surely, right? I might need to grab my Space Marine transfers, see if I can get some Roman numerals, because it looks like the Chaos ones don't give us any. And nor do the Imperial Knight ones. Luckily, I've got a massive file of every transfer sheet I've ever gotten, so they're all kept in pretty good condition. Might be able to find some use for some of the things on here. So we'll keep this one off to the side. Those are Dark Angel ones there, don't need them at the moment. What have we got here? These chevrons might be useful. We'll hang on to these. These are all just towel ones, don't need them. There we are, I'm seeing some numerals there, that's what we want. Yeah, these are the sort of things we want. We can get some use out of these. And there's nothing else in here that I think is going to be quite what I'm chasing. No, this is all World Eaters specifically. And then this is just going to be Eldar back here, more Eldar. More Eldar. Okay, cool. Got everything that's remotely Imperial adjacent. Ugh. Okay. So, I'm thinking what we'll want for our front panel will be, let's get the knife out. So, got our chemicals. And then the brush we'll be using. You're prepping your Death Guard Rhino to be converted to more noble and gross. Classic. I mean, wouldn't be a Death Guard Rhino if you didn't do so. Yeah, hey Jesus. Okay, let's start off. Let's get the biggest Iron Warriors symbol we can find. That will be over here. They're also not all uniform in the way they're shaped either. There are a couple of versions of the skull. I think between these two, I like this one more. So we'll go with that one. Am I sick? Sniffing an awful lot? Oh, mate, I have recovered, somewhat. I was way worse yesterday and the day before. Yeah. I'm getting better now, but the first day, I was so sick that I couldn't really, I was just lying in bed, unable to sleep until about 4 AM, just because I was, coughing and sneezing. And then yesterday, also the reason I didn't end up streaming yesterday, I accurately called that I was feeling worse, and I didn't get to sleep until well after 8 AM because my throat was sore and scratchy, my jaw was really sore, and I just had, my nose was just running constantly, so I just could not sleep. Yeah, I watched the sun rise. I was on the verge of tears when it was like 6:30, sun's up, and I was just like, oh. But yeah, I'm getting better now, and I just really wanted to paint something, but also I'm feeling a bit too ill to paint, so I'm thinking transfers will be low enough stakes and simple enough that it's just like, yeah, I can do this. Yeah. But yeah, as far as composition for this goes, I think that we're going to want to have Iron Warrior's skull somewhere central, or maybe not central, maybe we have it somewhere high up, and then we build up the battle honors around it. So do we think Iron Warrior's central like that, and then we build the battle honors around it? Or do we think we want to go very clean and ordered with it, put it high up on the panel like this, and then have like Roman numerals 4 here, and then list out battle honors below it? I feel like maybe we do the ordered way of doing it, just because it's like that's sort of the way they are. It's very much a whole, like it's very much just a practical sort of thing. And then I can grab the what did I do with my Roman numerals? I'm so dizzy. I'm dizzy. I'm lost. What's more lore accurate? I think the more ordered way of doing it is more true to the way the Iron Warriors are. Yeah, and then I've got the yeah, okay, I've got my Roman numerals here. They're quite small though. I don't have a, and I don't have a, because I'm looking for a 4. And so the only 4 in white that we have is quite small over here. Otherwise, what I would be doing is I'd be coming up here and I'd be building a 4 out of these. I'd be harvesting the 1 and then harvesting the 5 from that 7. Which we can absolutely do. I think that's what we'll do, just because we want it to be to the same sort of scale as the other stuff. Yeah, let's start with that and then build from there. Ugh, that one hurt. Yeah, I'm at the point where it's like, I was sort of at this stage last night where it was like, I get the occasional tickle in my throat and it's like, I have to cough even though there's nothing there to clear. It's annoying. What did I do with the other transfer? Oh, okay. I had it sitting underneath the transfer sheet. Good thing I didn't just cut through it. Just gonna start softening these ones while they sit on the surface of the wet palette there. Okay, now we just need to cut out this 5. It's gonna be a little awkward because it is attached to a 2, so I'm going to need to trim through it, hopefully not damage it. Hey, glad to see you, Knight. Hey, RD, been a while, mate. How are you? Been good. How about yourself? I was gonna say not too bad, and for the most part that's true, but these past few days I have been absolutely plagued. But other than that, I've been doing pretty well. Yeah, I think we trimmed that number 5 pretty well. So let's start at least putting the decals on the shoulder. Okay, let's see how well this is softened on the Iron Warrior symbol. Just take the lids off my transfer chemicals. And let's see how we go. Oh, shit. Whoops. Oh my god, I have lost all dexterity. Okay. Has it softened enough to move? Not really. It's annoying. Yeah, I'm having to put a little bit of pressure on the thing. Let's just see if I soak the paper a little bit on my palette sponge. This will probably cause it to lift quite quickly. Okay, let's give it a shot now. Little bit nervous because with these larger transfers, they can always go so wrong so quickly. I don't think I have a backup plan for this one if I accidentally fold it over itself. There we are. Yeah, that one's moving now. Guess I don't need to get it in exactly the right place. I just need to move it onto the model in the, like in the first place, and then we can slide it around. Oop, don't want to fold it on itself though, so maybe if we just grab the paper. Ugh. Uh-oh. This is not ideal. I think we can make this work, but it's not ideal. Yarg back. How goes you? I'm alright. How did you get number 1 from 2 messages, Sanju? Okay, now just need to slide this into position. Earn the day off this week. Tomorrow, gotta go straight. I'm gonna straight goon for for 10 hours. Built different. Okay. Look. You do you. If that's the appropriate way to spend your time, then I can't argue with you. Okay, I think shape-wise, this will be pretty good. You just want to make sure it, and I think positioning as well, this will be good. And then we get our Roman numerals for 4 next to that, and then we can get a few battle honors underneath. But I think, oh no, it's still a little bit, it's still sitting up a little bit. That's annoying. Yeah, you can actually see it a bit. It's, I'll zoom in, but it's a little bit wavy, where it's sitting on the rounded parts of the plate. You can see it especially on the bottom of the jaw there. I'm wondering if... I'm just going to clean my brush a little bit and then wipe away some of the excess around it. We might find even that just sort of playing at it with the brush might be all we need just to sort of settle the edges of it down. Although I might use some of the micro set, which is contrary to what it might make you think, is the decal remover, and that might just soften it enough to flatten out those bottom edges. Is it curling? It's hard to see on the camera. Yeah, it's very faintly, I think, on camera. I guess maybe if I lift it to here, put my hand behind it. Oh, it's not happening so much anymore, but you can... Nah, it's probably not coming through on YouTube, but just the very bottom edge of it there, it's rippling a little bit. Varnish hides all when it comes to transfers? We can only hope so. Yeah, I think it's pretty good for the most part. Yeah. Yeah, we'll put the microsol on it, because that'll help set it in place, and then we can varnish it after that. Yeah, I reckon it's pretty good overall. It's just a couple of little ripples in it, but shouldn't be too noticeable. And yeah, once we varnish it, we should be chilling. Please. Just let go of the paper, sir. Please, just let go of the paper. Thank you. just push that one up over this way. And we want to try to align this with the top of the skull. Like that is probably pretty good, just about there. And then we'll straighten it up a bit once we get the number 5 on there as well. What's the plan for the stream? That's my secret. I never have a plan. General idea for today is just going to be doing some transfers here and there until I get bored or too tired to keep going. Because since I am still a bit sick, my stamina for a longer stream isn't here. So I don't think it's going to be one of those streams where I just get so engrossed in what we're doing that we go for like 6 or 7 hours. I don't think that's going to happen. 24 hours non-stop, donate all his airbrushes to you. True. Okay, this bit is going to be annoying, trying to get these two straight, because I know for a fact that they're going to interfere with each other. If I was smart, I would have done these on separate layers, but I'm not smart, and I'm lazy. Hang on, did I just get that right first try? I feel like that might be really good. Only thing I might do is try push the 5 a tiny bit closer so that the top line connects between the I and the V. I think maybe we try to get that if we can. Oh yeah, if I can connect those cleanly, that'd be so good. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Hours is nothing. Let's go 48, or we can double that and stream 96 hours non-stop. Look, Silver, I understand that it is in your best interests for me to fall to Nurgle's Plague, but I'm not falling for it. I have self-control. Also, not sure if you said last stream, but you've decided that at the end of the month you're buying the Harridan early for your birthday. I don't know if you said it, if you said the reason, but I feel like you mentioned the Harridan last time. I don't know if you were tossing it up or not back then. Okay, yeah, I think that's a very nice start to this panel. I think what we want to do to because it's going to be battle honors below this. I think maybe we do a horizontal white line below the symbol of the 4th Legion to separate it from, like, below the 4 to separate it from the battle honors. We don't really need to do it for the Iron Warrior's skull because everyone knows what that is. But I think a double white line underneath there could be quite nice, just to break it up, and then we have skulls and things like that underneath. But I think it needs to be more than just skulls. What other symbols do we think would be suitable for battle honors? Because we can probably yoink some things from the Space Marine data sheet, or the Space Marine transfer sheets. Things like these sort of little Templar crosses I think can work. Obviously there's plenty of skulls that we can use. That's not even a Templar cross, it's just a battlefield marker or whatever it is, but yeah. Where's that double white line that I wanted to use? I know I have it floating around here somewhere. I could potentially also just have some symbols. They really don't have much heraldry. Yeah, I mean, the Iron Warriors, yeah, they don't have heraldry. Their whole thing is they don't give a fuck about that flashy stuff. Which is why a lot of it is going to be battle honors and more like traditional Imperial Knight stuff. Oh, I've got a little white chain here that I could use instead of a double line. I think that could look nice. Yeah, I think we use a segment of that little white chain. Oh, I'm dying. Use a symbol of the wolf or an eagle. Potentially. We can maybe use them in conjunction with some other ones to make it look like that's symbolic of a particular battle. Cut the blood drops out of the Blood Angel symbols. Maybe I can place them in certain, place them in skulls or things like that. Hang on. I think the Blood Angels ones just have skulls with blood drops in them, don't they? Where did they go? There is a skull with a blood drop in it. But also, hang on, Silver, that sounds unbelievably painful to do, trying to cut out the tiny little blood drops separate from another thing and then transfer that. I think you're just praying for my downfall. Yeah, let's just try to do a little section of this little chain here to separate the IV from everything else. So line that up. We're going to want it to go. It starts with a half link of the chain, so we want it to end with a half link. And it looks like we want 1, 2, 3. It's going to either be 2.5 or 3.5 links. So we'll cut it, and then we can cut it down further. So we'll cut it at 4 links, or we'll cut it at 3.5 links, and then we can always cut off 1 link if it's a little too long. So 1, 2, 3 and a half links. I don't think I cut that in the middle. Yeah, I did not cut that in the middle. Whoops. That is definitely on an angle. Looks like we're doing 2.5 links, guys. On the way to a painful transfer, it would seem. Let's hope not. I think we might be able to salvage it. But let's see. Honestly, I think I cut off just enough of it that it's fine. But I do think that maybe we cut off one link. Make it just a little bit shorter, and then I think that'd be a really nice length to just make it nice and compact and snappy. So, at the side where we'd already cut through it, let's just line it up and try to cut it straight this time. And it's completely flared out on the camera there. There's not a whole lot I can do for you, unfortunately. You're just gonna have to trust me. Yeah, even when I cover it there, it's just like, it's so hard to see. Okay, so that link is pretty much right along this line. Yeah, that's a good one there. In fact, I think I can probably trim it down a little further. I was a bit conservative in the slice because I wanted to do less rather than more, but I think we can take a tiny bit more off. I'm just gonna gently cut away sections. There we are, that'll be good. Putting anything on the other side? The other side over here is going to be dedicated to the night house itself. So that one I'm going to have, it's going to be more focused on actual heraldry. So I want the night house itself to have some like stag skulls as its main thing. So we'll have like again, it's going to be pretty ordered, similar to the Iron Warriors, but so I think primary thing will be a stag skull up in the top corner, and then we'll have some more decorative things coming out from that. Worked on the sword yesterday for about 3 hours. Yeah, that the sword of your avatar looks great there, Silver. I'm so bad at doing glowing fire effects like that. I'm so jealous. Okay. Oh, it hurt. Oh, it hurt so much. Okay, it looks like the pane should be ready to transfer. Let's see how we go. I'll try transfer it just using my brush with a little bit of the chemical on it. See how this goes. Just like that. Nice. And then we pick up the bit of paper, move that off to the side. See if we can slide this into position without folding it over itself. You've been painting miniatures. Yourself, you've been going more than 40 years. I started in 2022 or 3. I don't remember exactly when. It is my channel has when I started painting minis on it. But yeah, it was while I was on exchange in Japan a couple of years ago. It was like a hobby that I picked up because I didn't have my proper computer to play games over there, and I needed some way to pass the time. And the Warhammer store in Akihabara was fucking insane. One of the coolest places ever. Hello, Reese. What do we think? We think that's good? I think this needs to slide a little bit over to the right. Oh, I think we're just about there. I think this is almost really good. Yeah, I think that's good. I like that. Hey, very good for someone who's been painting a few years. Yeah, thank you. And you say that, but then we've got people like Technic, who says he's only been going for like 1 year, and I think Sunju maybe said he was pretty, like, he's only been going for a couple of years as well. Like, there are so many people who have shown up in the chat who have been going for no time at all, who are insane. Like, I don't think I'm a bad painter, but I feel like I definitely know my limits. I'm like, okay, yeah, I cannot do that. Okay, that, like, I understand when I do something and it is bad. Been 2 years for you too? Right, yeah. Like, I feel like, just under 2 years now. Yeah. I think that Warhammer, wait, like, I think that GW did a I don't know what happened, but I feel like Leviathan was a really good launch for GW in general. I feel like a lot of people got into the hobby side of Warhammer around then. I don't even know why. It's not like there was any supporting media that was really popular for Warhammer back then. Like, this was before Space Marine 2. Did anything significant even happen in Warhammer to bring more people into the hobby back then? Because your friend said not to. There was like, when I was considering getting into it, I have some Dutch friends who I knew were in the hobby space, and I was like, I was talking to them going, like, I was messaging them going, guys, I've been watching painting videos on YouTube. I really want to get into Warhammer, and they were all like, don't do it. It's so expensive. And then I was like, okay, that means I need to do it now. Okay, now we need to figure out what sort of battle honors we want for this. Because skulls are a given, but I feel like we've already done skulls on the waist there, or on the banner on the like underneath. So I feel like that's something that we've already explored, and so we'll have them. But I think we need something else. It can't just all be skulls. A lot of these are very much Legion specific. Oh, hang on. We got some cogs. We love cogs. I think cogs are a great way to start. And then we've got like bullet casings here. Those are good. After 10th launch new bugs, its new additions bring new people in. 11th will be crazy. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many new people come in with 11th and that sort of thing. We've also got half cogs over here, which could be good. Perhaps we frame the Iron Warrior's skull with a half cog. No, I reckon we can use these for our main house's heraldry and the other one though. I think these up here will probably be good for battle honors. So we've got things like the diamonds, and we've got stars and skulls and stuff. Maybe what we do is, oh no, I'm having really bad thoughts right now. And they may or may not consist of large white diamonds with tiny black symbols in them. Oh no! I could do a large white diamond and then put the small black diamond that has a skull in it in that. Those would be really cool. Fuck, okay, we're doing it. This is a terrible idea. Yeah, I just need to make sure these diamonds are actually bigger than each other first. Because if they're the same size, then that just ruins it all. Do I have any other diamonds on another sheet that I can directly compare to? So these diamonds, I believe, are the same size. They are. So if the black diamond is smaller than the white one, then we are going. I think they might be the same size, guys. I think they're the same size. I'll just make sure I don't have any larger ones elsewhere. But we might not be able to do that one. Damn, that would have been so cool. Is there nothing I can use to substitute? There are some laurels on this. I think laurels would be really good for battle honors. See you all later, Reddit. I'll catch you later, Silver. Have a good one, mate. Actually want to paint again. Damn, time to finish off some models. You need another big bug after going a whole week without painting a big bug. Yeah, I need to go back and work on my, well, I need to go back and finish that Screamer Killer, but also, I might be playing tomorrow, and I want to work on something that I might use tomorrow. I've actually run out of minis, believe it or not. I don't believe it, I'm sorry. That's physically impossible. That's not how being a Warhammer hobbyist works, you cannot run out of minis. You always have more than you don't. Also, you already have more. You always have more unpainted than painted. Yeah, it looks like I'm not going to have any diamonds that will be larger. That's sad. That would have been a very cool and very frustrating thing to work on if I could do that. Unfortunately, your wallet disagrees. Mind donating some? No thanks. It is my pile of shame, my cross to bear. It's okay. I can protect you from the embarrassment of having more, like, having like 6 or 7k points of unassembled, unpainted minis. You don't need to bear that shame. Okay, so since I can't do the white diamond with the black diamond with the skulls in it, I can't do it in 2 pieces. But I can do it in 3. We go white diamond, we go medium black diamond, come on, tiny skulls. Come on, tiny skulls. Come on, tiny skulls. Tiny skulls, where are you? Surely I have some tiny skulls. The Space Marine transfer has got to have tiny skulls. There's no way it doesn't. There's tiny black skulls. Oh, there's a tiny white skull. There's one tiny white skull. Okay, I can execute it once at bare minimum. And then I've got things like... I've got other tiny symbols like tiny Aquilas and stuff. Okay. This is a terrible idea that is going to be incredibly painful, but might look awesome. Bear with me. Hello? Hey Theodore, how you going, mate? Now, how many of these do we want to do? Because I can do them in singles, or I can do them in batches. I feel like I could probably fit this batch of 3 in that bottom corner. So Eliza's got about 2,000 points of unpainted knights alone. It's probably more than that, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I reckon we get this these 3 white diamonds in the bottom there. And then we can put 3 medium black diamonds in them, and then we can put other symbols in them. Ugh. This is a horrible idea. Now, I am going to have to layer this with varnish because I don't want to accidentally shift it all around once these are on there. So we'll set these up and then we'll lay out the rest of the foundation and then we'll varnish it and then we'll do the next layer of things. Arcastus Knight alone is like 700. It is. What knights do I have? I've got the Arcastus Porphyrion, 700 points. Then I've got an unbuilt, unpainted Questoris variant, yet to be determined. That's about 400 to 420 points following the points increases. So we're at 1100 there. Then I have got 2 Armigers, 150 points each, so there's 300 there. So what we're at like 1400 in Imperial Knights alone. Then I've got a second Cerastus Knight, Cerastus Lancer. I think it's about 420 points-ish, 430 maybe. So about 1800 points in Imperial Knights, and then I have got 6 unbuilt, unpainted Chaos War Dogs. Each of them will probably be around 140 to 150 points each. So, yeah, what's that? 6 times 15. I'm bad at maths. 6 times 10, about 900 points there. Yeah. So about 2.7k points of knights, generic knights, unpainted, unassembled. Okay, I'm really hoping that these three diamonds that I've cut out are a single block and not 3 separate ones that are just gonna split everywhere the second they soften on the paper. But we will find out. And so we want them, and then we'll cut out the 3 small black diamonds. Where do we get them from? So those are going to be here. Come on. Ah, didn't go through there. There we are. Now we'll just leave that one to soften. That one we won't need for a little while at least. So we can put these white diamonds on and then figure out what we want to do for the rest of the composition. Okay, now we're praying that these are a single blob of diamonds and not 3 separate ones that are just clustered like this on the sheet. I guess we can try push it around with the brush and see. They're 3 separate ones. Fuck! I was really hoping that since they were aligned like this on the sheet, they'd all be connected. From your calculations, I have 1.5k of Imperial Knights. I've got way more than 1.5k of Imperial Knights. In terms of stuff that I've got painted and ready to use, it's just 2 Armigers, 1 Questoris, 1 Cerastus, which will get me to around 1k. But in terms of my my other stuff, it's way more than that. It's like, if we're talking loyal, like if we're talking pure Imperial Knights, not including my Chaos War Dogs, it's about 2k. It's probably more than 2k. Because I've got the so total of 4 Armigers, 2 I've already got painted, 2 are unbuilt. But Armigers are 150 each, so even just with the 4 Armigers, we're at 600 points. Then we've got 2 Questoris total, which will get us to, let's say 400 points each. They're more than 400, but that's 800, so 600 and 800 there. So we're at 1400 just with those. Add the Porphyrion, we're at 2100. And then add the 2 Cerastus, which we'll say 400 again, still undershooting, so 400 each undershooting. So we're at 2900 of just Imperial. That's not including our Chaos War Dogs. And then, yeah, unpainted, it's not including War Dogs, would be 700 from the Porphyrion, 400 from 1 Questoris, so 1100. Then 300 from 2 Armigers, so 1400. And then 400 from a Cerastus, so we're at 1800. Yeah, my backlog is immense. We're very impressed and very disappointed you actually had that many minis. Yeah, it's because half the fun comes in buying the minis. I have long since graduated from that, though. I had a very bad period of time where I would just see minis and go, they're really cool, I want them, and then I'd buy them and then just not paint them. I have 2 Cerastus, 4 Armigers, 2 Questoris, and the other knight is Legends. The Porphyrion isn't Legends, is it? Or did they Legends it in the most recent codex? Did the new codex Legends the Arcastus Knights? Because that's fucked up if so. We have so few knights to begin with. If they Legends that, I'm going to be quite sad. Because, like, the whole Imperial Knights thing, like Imperial Knights in general, are so reliant on their Forge World models to have any diversity in the range. If they legend some of the Forge World models, that's just that would be infuriating. Or were you asking if the other knight is Legends? Is the other knight Legends? Arcastus Porphyrion, last I checked at least, isn't Legends, but if it is now, that's going to be quite sad. Is it resin? Because you're pretty sure they're Legends all Forged World Knights about a year ago. So if you're basing this off a year ago, at least as of a year ago, no knights were Forge World. Or sorry, no knights were Legends. Because the main, one of the most popular tournament knights is the Cerastus Atropos, which is a resin Forge World model. And it is still part of the core list. It's just not in the codex. So the knights have a lot of Forge World models that aren't in the codex, but they're still legal in tournament rules because there's zero diversity in the knights range. So they need to have like they are like they basically a lot of the rules for a lot of their Forge World models are still legal because there's just zero models to begin with. I reckon we get one more diamond, put it there, and then we'll be able to put our symbols inside them. You're looking at the characters for some reason. There's one knight, not a character / battle line. Yeah. Also, by the way, when the new codex launches, armigers will not be battle line anymore either. Outside of a very specific, well, outside of running a specific detachment, knights will not have any battle line units. But they've got quite a few things that are not characters and not battle line, don't they? Because it's not just the Arcastus ones, is it? I feel like there are others. Actually, no, you might be right. Yeah, it might just be the Porphyrion and the what's the name of the other Arcastus knight? The one with the stupid-looking arms? I can't remember. If you're right, you're probably wrong. I have 2465 points. Yeah, well, I mean, the exact point value doesn't really matter because the codex and then the datasheet update, whenever that launches, it's all going to change everything anyway. I'm not sure if all of those things have launched yet, or at least they, like, because we've got the codex details leaked, but they're obsolete already. But yeah, like, basically, I have a 2k point army with room for playing around with different builds. So we're gonna have the... Actually, do we want to do a block of 4 diamonds here, or do you want to leave it as 3? Because I feel like the slight... Honestly, I feel like the slight unevenness of the 3 block would be quite nice. Just need to slide this bottom one around so that it's sort of more in the position I want it to be in. Just need to get the spacing between the diamonds nice and even. Because just because the Iron Warriors are orderly doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be symmetrical. Symmetry is nice, but asymmetry is interesting. You think excluding Night Size Plus models, they should Legends all Forge World? I don't know about that. I think they should just make plastic versions of Forge World instead. I can understand from a gameplay perspective, it is prohibitively expensive. If the best way to play your army in a competitive scene is to use Forge World models, because then you're forced to buy these really expensive things. So I think the solution instead should be update them to plastic, like they did with the Cerastus, Lancer, Acheron, and Castigator, where those were previously all resin, but they, in the past 2 years or so, they all got plastic updates. It's weird that they didn't update the Atropos while they were at it, but it is what it is. Is that even? I feel like that's even. Although, yeah, I think that's nice and even for those 3 bits. So, for the rest of this, for our other battle honors, I'm thinking... Now, how else are we going to populate this? Do we think that we want to get... Do we just do skulls? I feel like skulls are fine, but they're sort of a bit boring. Yeah, we need to have something to make it a bit more interesting. Perhaps... I'm trying to think of a way that we can implement something like a big chevron. Because we could implement, like... one of these big chevrons, and then put things inside it. I don't know if it'll fit though. Like, do you think we can neatly fit a big chevron in that space there? I think we can fit it. I don't think it'll be neat. Oh, where's the harm in cutting one out and trying? You can just try to line it up. We don't have to try to transfer it immediately. Let's try to cut the paper in a way that aligns with the shape of the chevron as best we can, just so that it's easier to see how well it fits. Hello? Hello, unknown. How are you, mate? Okay, let's see how well this fits. We can get this to sit on there nice and neat, then we can go with this. Oh, hang on, it might actually fit. Oh, no. Yeah, it sort of crosses onto his jaw there. Although we can make the chevron smaller. Yeah. I think what we can do is if we just sort of halve the length of the arms here. Hear about the right-leaning protester who was protesting gun safety laws and was calling blaming shooting victims got shot. That's what we call irony. He wasn't exactly a right-leaning protester. He was a very prominent influencer. Charlie Kirk, very big in the political space. You say call irony, like at the end of the day, a guy still got shot in the throat, pretty cooked. Like, I didn't like the guy, but it's pretty fucked. Like, yeah, I'm not about to go out and start celebrating someone's death. Yeah, I reckon we cut these arms in half, and that'll be good. Not saying it's good, just ironic. Yeah, the one of the fucked things was it seems like the shooter deliberately waited until he said something about, like until he had finished making a comment about guns before he shot him. So quite fucked. Like the shooter was deliberately aiming for that sort of thing. But yeah, still pretty crazy. Not a whole lot else I can say. Like, as an Australian, people getting shot in America, it's just like, I feel like my position on that sort of thing should sort of be inherently understood. We had guns, we got rid of them. I know it's not this. That's not how it works in America. It's a very culturally ingrained thing. It's just, it's pretty cooked to watch. Because fucked people are still entitled to their opinions? Yeah. I don't know if I read that out loud or not. I feel like I did. I read it and registered it, but I don't remember if I've read it out loud, but yeah. How long does this need to be? I'm thinking from the corner, we want this to go about... Let's go 6 mil. 6 mil from the corner, so that will get us to here, and we'll see how nicely that fits, and potentially we cut it down some more. But yeah, I think that there will be quite nice. That there, and then I think it's right about here. I think I may have cut that. Oh, I just cut that too short. Oh, damn it. This is what happens when we eyeball things. That is... I'm pretty sure that's lopsided. It might not be that noticeable. We'll put it on, and then we'll see. Because it might be pretty good. We'll put this on and we'll see what it looks like, and if it's bad, then while it's on there, we can gently cut it while it's softened. Love the memes about American schools having a cult like recruitment, pledge your hearts to your country under God, because it's true. You say in school this morning, every morning you do the pledge. I wasn't aware of that sort of thing. I don't know if that's a common thing across all American schools or not, but yeah, I do think, at least from Australia, the like, America does seem to have a very high level of patriotism, and I think that, like, there's nothing wrong with being patriotic. It's good to love your country. But yeah, I don't want to, like, I don't like going super political, but it's odd seeing just how ingrained the patriotism is. Oh, hang on. This just, I don't know when this slid out of position, but it's in the wrong spot now. That's annoying. Can I soften that and move it back? Sat, not say. Oh, okay. You sat in school this morning? Ah, right. Don't know the amount you're supposed to be patriotic. Yeah, like, again, I think it's good to love your country and, like, recognize and appreciate your country, like, for the the good traits it has. But I also think that it's important to be able to like, recognize the bad things about your country and be ready to criticize them. I think that's one thing that a lot of European countries probably do a little bit too well. Is they're a little bit too good at criticizing their own country. Like France. They're protesting like every other week. But it gets shit done. It's funny because the biggest threat for Australia is New Zealand and New Zealand, Australia. I don't. When you say biggest threat, are you talking like cultural threat, or I feel because like New Zealand is our closest neighbor. I understand, like, in terms of like geopolitics, it's like they're right there, so it's like Australia doesn't really have any threats. But like in terms of like actual like military threat and that sort of thing, Australia does have very real concerns with like China and all that sort of thing. Like China is right fucking there. In terms of like actual international relations stuff, so much of Australia's effort goes into trying to make friends with people and like trying to sort of establish influence in Southeast Asia and that sort of thing. It's because China is very, very scary, constantly pushing downwards and trying to get footholds in Southeast Asia. And if they do that, then there's just no buffer zone and they can just invade us, that sort of thing. You mean economically? I don't know if New Zealand is an economic threat to Australia either. I feel like Australia and New Zealand are like the US and Canada, where at least under normal conditions, just behave really well with each other, are very beneficial, and just sort of prosper together kind of situation. Okay, now let's just see. Same with the militarily New Zealand being swayed whichever way Australia goes. Yeah, I think makes a lot of sense that Australia and New Zealand would usually be pretty united in terms of international politics, though, and military. We're both British colonies. We're neighbors, and I would say that culturally just very, very similar. So it makes sense that we would move together. Also, like, just have a history of fighting wars together. So it's like, there would be no reason for Australia and New Zealand to massively diverge from each other. Heard about Silksong literally crashing all e-stores. Yeah, my friends tried to. A few of my friends tried to buy it the instant it went live on Steam, and Steam went down for the night, which was awesome. One last Silksong delay for old time's sake. Okay, this isn't perfectly aligned anymore, which is annoying. Ugh, okay, fuck. It's definitely not aligned now. Come to hate painting barb gaunts. Is it just like the shape of their carapace, or is it just because it's batch painting in general, and if this is your current frustration? Let's see if we can set these in place. What about the small group of people who are complaining about how hard Silksong is? No, one of my friends who has played it said it is really hard though, and he said that it's great that it's hard. I think that's the correct attitude to have. Like if a game is hard, it means that the devs want you to play. Like there's an appropriate level of hard, but yeah. Oh, fuck! Just trying to set this in place, and I just accidentally knocked it around. Damn it. But yeah, like I have a somewhat unpopular opinion of game difficulty in relation to FromSoft. One of my friends who is a very big fan of FromSoft is not a huge fan of this this opinion I have. Which is, I really like Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is a hard game. Because like it's hard in the way that it's designed to be hard in that it's challenging. I did not like Elden Ring because it just felt in addition to me just not liking the open world, the bosses felt like they were hard for the sake of being hard rather than hard for the sake of being challenging. Like I think the most obvious one is Margit, where it's like you fight that guy in a fucked arena and he faints like 20 different I don't know if they have input reading or not, but it's just when a boss faints shit and then he can either throw the ability or feint it into something else depending on what your input is. I feel like at that point that's not exactly challenging anymore, it's just there to fuck you up. And it's just, yeah. Dark Souls 3 is the easiest in your opinion. Especially well outside of the bosses. Elden Ring bosses can suck dick and put reading horse shit. Yeah, it's really annoying. And the thing is, like, I like Dark Souls because it's, I have heard that it's one of the easiest FromSoft games, but it's still not an easy game, I don't think. Like, it still takes a lot of time. And I feel like it's really rewarding to learn the bosses and that sort of shit. Like, the Pontiff was fucking amazing. Easily one of my favorite bosses. Probably my favorite boss from Dark Souls 3. Like, holy shit. I played that shit on stream. I think it took me 2 or 3 streams to beat that guy, and it was so rewarding, so fun. I think I've been playing around with this one decal for so long that it's starting to disintegrate. It's really annoying because on camera from certain angles it looks fine. Like when I hold it like this, it looks fine. But then when... oh, it's just slightly out of line. Genuinely looks like painting it would have been easier. Look, we don't... this is the thing with decals, is you never know which one is going to be the nightmare decal that makes you hate living. Because this was fine, and then I set it aside, and then when I wasn't paying attention, it slid out of position. Okay. I think that's good enough. It's not immediately noticeable that it's slightly out, and when we put other shit on top, I think that'll fix it. And now I'm just gonna gently dab away the excess moisture with my thumb. Maybe just now that it's dry, try to straighten up the point on the bottom of the diamond. And then when we put the other bits on, it'll be fine. It's not that noticeable anyway. No one who's looking at it for the first time will notice it. Just need to try to make sure the points of the diamond are points. That's the most important bit. Yeah, that should come out fine once we varnish it. Orcs confirmed Big Bad, but you've got to go to bed. Righto, yeah, I'll catch you later, Theodore. Orcs Big Bad for 11th edition would be quite cool. I'd be keen to see some crazy orc stuff. Everybody loves orcs. Let's see how this comes out. I think it's slightly lopsided, but yeah, I think the right hand arm is about 1 millimeter long. Hang on. Is there a way I can test this? I place this down. And then just get rid of the direct light on it. No, it might be okay. Yeah, I think it actually is okay. I think we did well with it. Ow! Just stabbed my thumb on this tool here. And this tool is always sharp because I use it for I'll use this end for like getting getting blobs of super glue and like spreading it, and then when I'm like cleaning it, I will get it with another metal tool and get the dried glue off it by like going shing 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 shing, and so it's always sharpened to shit. Blood for the blood god? Yeah, thankfully I don't think I pierced the skin. Ah. This chevron has got a tear in it. That's good to know. I don't know how that happened. That's annoying. I think when we set it down, we should be able to place it such that the tear isn't noticeable. But otherwise, I might need to cut a different chevron. It also means it's going to be a pain to transfer this, because it's going to want to fold. Okay, now let's see if we can move this without picking up the chain. Like that. Just immediately folded it over the damaged section. But we should be able to pull that bit of the chevron out. As long as we don't just... I was about to say, as long as we don't just complete the tear. And then I proceeded to complete the tear. Okay. Let's just see if we can position it. And we might be able to push them together, and then it'll be like... there was never a tear to begin with. So let's just put the softening liquid on all of it. And then just with the flat edge of the tool to see if we can drag them into the spot we want them to be. Although this long bit here has kind of just decided that that's where it's going to be. So I might need to get my brush underneath it if I can. There we are. Where do we want this to sit? Ah, shit. Do not want that to fold on itself. Pull this up here. And then bring it together. We can just pull these bits into each other. We should be able to conceal the fact that there was ever a tear in the first place. The only issue will be we need to still keep it looking clean. It's almost good there, I think. So I think there are two ways that we can go about this now. Either We leave this as is, let it dry, and then we paint white between them, but I don't know if I have the correct white to do so. Or I soften it a little more and just try to drag it a tiny bit in. And then we can get the join like we got up here with the top of the I and the top of the V. I think I'm going to try to drag it in a tiny bit more, just because I really don't want to have to try to paint white only to find out that the white I have is the wrong color, that is just slightly off. Go over it with paint, it'll hide it. Yeah, I understand that, but I like to make life harder for myself wherever possible. Hang on. I think we got it. I think that's it. Okay. Clean off the brush. Let that dry a little bit. Actually, we don't want to let it fully dry. We need to go over it with the with our setting solution. Don't touch it. I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna ruin it all. Need to put the setting solution on it. Okay, we need to apply the setting solution. And then while the setting solution is there, we need to drag it back into position. There. It's not perfect. There's a tiny little hairline that's visible between them, but I think that once we let this dry, varnish it, put the next layer of things over the top of it, it'll be invisible and it'll be fine. So I think for battle honors, I think we just want to get one more symbol in here as the last thing, and I think for this maybe we just put one small stag head just so they can still represent their own night house within there, and then we'll have more stag symbol or more stag imagery on the other side. Do I have a small stag head, or are they just all the big ones? Because that's the one that I want to use there. There's a black one here, but I need to use the white heads, the white skulls, in order to be visible on these panels. Maybe there's not going to be a stag skull there, and we just find something else to fill the space. Ugh! That was the sound of me knocking over the knight who was standing up to my left. Um, who knows? I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom while I wait for this to dry, and I'm going to think about what I want to put in that tiny little space there. Also, guess the toughness of the Harridan, 610 point, by the way, and its saving throw. Okay, it's a Tyrannid model. I'm going to guess toughness 8, standard save 3 up, no invuln. That's my guess. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. How'd I go? No invuln's correct, toughness 10 though. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, I was guessing it was going to be complete dog shit. Like, it's still not great, but it yeah, toughness 10 is not good. Like, it's not bad, it beats out a lot of things. Like, all armages I think are toughness 9, aren't they? And then, I think all big knights are 11, but hang on, they might be getting toughness reduced, aren't they? If all knights get their toughness reduced, all big knights go from 11 down to 10, that'll be painful. But the really painful thing will be is if they push all armages from 9 down to 8, so many things will be able to wound them on 3 ups, it will also on 4 ups, it'll actually be fucked. Maybe we put a cog in there. Toughness 12 for big knights right now. Oh, okay, they're tough 12. Oh, they might go down to tough 11. That's right, yeah. Wait, are you sure it's tough 12 for all big knights? Because I know I know that the Dominus pattern ones are one higher than the um, than the regular ones. If I go to Knight Paladin, for example, that's tough 11. Yeah, Dominus Knights are all tough 12. So Castellans are tough 12, but but Questoris are tough 11. Maybe I do cog with this little sun star looking thing in the middle of it. Right. Yeah, so it's like if because I'm pretty sure a toughness reduction is I'm pretty sure that's one of the things that Auspex Tactics has been talking about is a very likely change that Knights will be getting. That means that the Dominus will be dropping to 11, and then the Questoris will all be dropping to 10, which will be really rough. And then if they do the Armigers as well, dropping them down to 8s will be actually fucked. They'll just get punched to death by literally every elite unit ever. Like, you charge your Armiger Warglaive into, like, a Tech Marine, and the Tech Marine is going to one-shot it. Well, boy, it's probably more like the Tech Marine is going to charge into your Warglaive and one-shot it. Oh, did I just cut off a part of that transfer? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Damn it. I don't think it'll be too noticeable. It's annoying, though. Yeah, worst case, I might just need to slightly touch up the little red bits on that transfer. But let's get to work on the last little base piece of this side of this panel. And we need to execute this without loosening any of the other transfers that we've got in this layer. It still hasn't come free of the paper yet. A lot of patterns. Oh, Cyrus, this is the start. This is the base layer, and then we're gonna gloss varnish over it, let it dry, and then we're going to put some black transfers over the white transfers. And then we're gonna gloss varnish over that, and then we're gonna put some tiny white transfers over some of the black transfers. Why do you do this to yourself? Because it's fun, and it's gonna look awesome. Like, it'll look so cool if we can pull it off. Oh, okay, yeah, I like this cog. The cog's nice. The cog pulls it all together really well, actually. Just need to shift it slightly. Think like that. Maybe a little bit closer towards the diamonds. I like that. So then we just get our setting solution on it. Just like that. And then we clean our brush and dry it. And then with the dry brush, we will just absorb any of the excess. Oop, shit. Did I just move any of the transfers? I did not. Okay, now we clean the brush and we can start applying our varnish. You lucky motherfucker. Look. I'm not gonna question it. We can drop the... Look, I will take the blessing. Oh, that one hasn't been opened yet. This one here we want. Okay. Tiny bit of gloss varnish there. And we'll start with the bits that have well and truly dried. Yeah, and it'll be gloss at first, so the gloss varnish is just for the smooth finish in between layers, so it's easier for the bits to adhere. And then at the very end, the last layer of varnish we'll do will be matte, just so that we can get rid of the glossy finish. Hey. That layer is looking pretty good. Just clean the brush now and then just wick away any sections where it's maybe a little too thick. Okay, and we'll let that dry. And so our next layer is going to be, the first thing will be these tiny little black diamonds that we prepared, and they'll go inside the white diamonds. And then after that, it'll be that little starburst thing that we prepared. I did accidentally cut into it in one section, so I might need to touch up some of the little red points. This will go inside the cog, and then we'll need to find some things to put inside this chevron as well. I haven't figured out what we're putting inside this. we could do a thin black chevron inside the white chevron and then put some different symbols inside that, or we can just go straight into putting some various symbols inside the white chevron as is. Like perhaps we could do some black skulls. I don't know if these big ones will fit. No, those big ones won't fit. I can probably fit one big black skull at the bottom of it, and then put something inside that. And then... oh, yeah, no, I like that. What we'll do is we'll do one black skull at the bottom of the chevron, and then we'll have two symbols supporting it. So something like, in one corner, that red symbol with the red triangle with the crossed... what is in there? Okay, they're crossed swords. So red triangle with crossed swords in one top corner of the chevron, and then in the other top corner, you can find another small supporting symbol like that. Not sure what we'll use though. Maybe this little round one in the bottom left there. I like that. Number one, baby, let's go. Or what we could actually do, then, oh, hang on. What we could do is we can do inside the black skull. Inside the skull, we can do the number 4 again. Gotta keep that Iron Warriors symbol, that Iron Warriors symbolism going. So, if I find where are my Space Marine transfers, is there are very, very small Roman numerals that I can pull up. Over here. Very, very small. Okay, actually, we say very, very small, but they're probably not that small. That IV, I don't think will quite fit inside the skull. Oh, it might. We'd be cutting it close. But I think it can work. I think that'll work. It'd be cutting it close. Well, we know we want the skull anyway, so we'll cut that out. And then we'll be able to direct compare it a bit easier when it's separate from the sheet. Okay, so where's my Space Marines stuff? It's here. So, how does it look? Like, we'd be cutting it close, but I think we can make it fit. I think there might barely be enough space to do it. Fuck it, we ball. Okay. I think the gloss varnish is still a little bit wet. Might just dry finger there. It's still a tiny bit tacky. So we've got the ideas for what we can do there. So let's get the other symbols for the corners of it. So what I was looking at for that was going to be ooh. This one down here, the very bottom, I like that. Doesn't quite fit the chevron though. Yeah, so I think what we'll be more leaning towards will be these ones that we were looking at initially. So things like that red triangle with the crossed swords in one corner. Actually, no, I don't like the red triangle with the crossed swords. I think it needs to go white-black color. So, going like white color black doesn't really work. So I think that this one here, for example, very bottom left, looks good because it goes white, black, red. Because it's going on top of white. So I'm going to need a symbol which is surrounded by black to look good. We've got a repeat of that symbol over here, so we could just use two of them. But again, symmetry isn't always what we want. I like this over here. I think this is good. Yeah, I reckon we do one of these and one of these. And what do you know, it's in the Battle Honors section. So we know we're on the right track. Hang on. Oh wait, no, yeah. I was nearly like, hang on, there's the thing that we wanted to do already, but then I remembered that we already saw that and that's how we got the idea. But it's not the right size. Okay, so this comes over here and we'll let that start to soften. Again, we've been rubbed. 3 out of 5 barbs highlighted. Can't wait to be done. Fuck yeah, number 1 again. I don't know how this. I think it must have something. I think it must have some kind of bleed from like bleed over from previous streams or something. Like it must recognize that because you're here often, you might have like increased XP gain or something. You love nid highlighting, but redoing the same thing over and over again is painful. Yeah, this is why I do not. This is why I like painting singular models. So I don't have to. Like, I can have fun with the process and then move on. Just not talking much into me and actually painting today. Yeah, no, like that's all fine by me. That's like one of the reasons I do this is because it's just like. It's nice to, like, talk to people while I hobby, and I imagine it's probably a similar thing. It's easier to paint if someone else is painting. Are you in third place? I have no idea. Alright. I reckon we should be good to start our next layer of transfers. I reckon this is, yeah, all the main sections are touch dry now. So now we can do the annoying part, which is going to be the black diamonds. Okay. So, a little bit of our softener. Ooh, yeah, these are moving easily. Those should all be transferred. Yep. So now I just need to get them into the right position. Oh, hang on. One of the, oh, it's hard to keep track of them. For a second I thought one of them had instantly crumpled. Hello, Fire Mango. How you going, mate? Okay, let's just get these into the area we want them to be in. Oh shit, just picked that one up. I don't know which way is up and which way is down on this thing. I think it needs to be like this. There we are. Iron within, iron without. Yes, brother. That is the way. Let's see if we can center these nicely. This is going to be the main pain for these, is I'm going to be so pedantic about trying to get these centered. This is going to be even worse than the white chevrons underneath. Although the bottom one is pretty good already. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. Going pretty good, getting some old laser burn minis rebased and primed. Nice. That one's pretty good. Maybe just point the top of it back in a little. And point the bottom tail down. Honestly, this might actually be a bit easier than the initial three, because I have a very clear guide to work with for these ones. Where the initial three, they were just kind of floating in space, and I was just having to eyeball it. Ooh. Just pull that bottom bit around and up. And honestly, those three are looking pretty good. Man, okay, I'm liking that. Because next what we're going to do is once they've set, and speaking of which, we need to put our setting solution on them, and then we'll have to play around with them a bit more. But once they've set, and we get our varnish over it, then we'll put tiny little skulls or other symbols inside them for the battle honors. So now when we apply the setting solution, this is going to displace them, unfortunately. Damn, that was way easier. Yeah, I think it's just because I have the visual guide underneath to go off. Whereas, yeah, with the original ones, because I was just kind of like placing them in a void, I was sort of trying to eyeball the appropriate position. But now I can very clearly see exactly where they need to be. I think this is starting to fold in on itself a little bit. This is the annoying part, is sometimes one edge of it starts to stick, and then when you move it around, it just folds over itself. Yeah, this is the annoying part. Is trying to get them in place once I've got the setting solution on them. So, I think that bottom one's pretty good. Middle one is looking good. Top one, the top of it just needs to go to the right a little bit. Oh no, and that moved the whole thing. I think with these ones, you can get them in position mostly just by playing around with the head and the tail. I think this bottom one is the main one that I'm not super happy with. Actually, no, I just need to stop looking at it, just take a step back. That looks great. I love it. This is looking really cool. I'm liking it a lot. We just need to let that set, and then once we varnish it, then we'll be able to put the additional symbols inside. Hi chat, hey Mac. Sorry I didn't see your message, I was very focused. Next one will be inside the gear. We'll be putting down this symbol. It might be a little small though. Do we think we go this symbol immediately, or do we get something else in the middle? I don't think I've got any perfect circles that I could put in the middle there. Because that would be the ideal thing, would be a circle in the middle, and then this in the middle of the circle. But I don't think I have got any transfers which are just a circle, which is a bit weird. You'd think that that would be one of the standard sort of things that they might have. Just like, here is a shape to play with. Not seeing any on this sheet. Like, a lot of the Legion symbols are in circles, but that's not really what we want. I guess I could potentially, what I can do is I can steal, oh, hang on. Anything over here? I think this is going to be way too big. Yeah, that one's too big. I can potentially steal an Imperial Fist icon if there's one that's appropriately sized. Oh, shit. Okay, no damage done. We're all good. If there is an appropriately sized Imperial Fist icon, then I can steal one of them and then just paint it, like just block out the fist with white. Although I don't think any of these are the right size anyway. No. Maybe we just do a white skull in the middle of the cog, and then do our red symbol on top of the, or on the forehead of the white skull. But I don't think I'm gonna have anything that's gonna be sized correctly for that. Yeah, I don't think the sizes of any of these are gonna line up quite the way we want them to. These white skulls are going to be a bit too big. So I fold this in just so that we can have a look. Yeah, that skull will spill out of the cog. Oh, hang on. It's a black skull in a white circle in a black circle. That one could go really well, actually. Yeah, that one. Okay, I found it. I found the solution to our ills. That's going to give us the layers we want. Oh, sorry, one moment. Just got someone at the door. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I had someone someone who was just asking about a about a plot of land that was being advertised near my house. He was like, I have no idea which one it is. Yeah. Where were we? Okay, oh yep, I was cutting out this piece here. Okay. Well, at least that gave the transfers that we've put down time to set. So we'll soften this one. And I think this should go really nicely inside the cog, because if that black line overlaps with the white line of the cog, we'll get some really nice depth going. And so we'll just set that aside to start softening. And then we can grab the black skull to put in the chevron. Has this softened yet? It has. Awesome. Now, does this overhang? It looks like it might overhang a little bit. This skull might not be what we want. I might need to see if I can find a smaller black skull. We'll just see how it positions. But yeah, from the looks of it, we might need a different skull. Which does kind of throw a spanner in the works. Yeah, this doesn't look good. It's not clean enough. Which means that the plan of having the number 4 inside the skull probably won't work either, because the number 4 would only barely fit inside this guy's skull. Let's see if we can position it in a way that looks good. Basically, the teeth need to be visible, so the teeth need to be centered at the bottom there. But I think I don't think I like this one, because since the skull crosses over the top of the chevron, it breaks it apart. Which size skull is this? Is it that same one as what we've got here? Yeah, it looks like it's the same skull as those ones. So if I can find a slightly smaller one, then we'll at least be able to put the skull there. But that's not exactly the plan that we had. We need a small black skull. And then inside that we need to place, maybe not the Roman numeral 4, we might just need to do a small number 4. Which I'm not a huge fan of. Either that or we'll need to just come up with a different symbol entirely. No skulls here. Not there. What about here? Only ones that are way too small. Do I really have no middle-sized black skulls? Nope, not there. A lot of white skulls. Not many black skulls. And I think the one that I grabbed was from this sheet here, and yeah, it's the same size as those ones. Yeah, so it's pretty much just gonna be one of these small ones here. And then from there, we won't be able to do the numerals on there. It'll have to be a symbol inside the skull instead. So that is a little bit sad. But it is what it is. So first things first, we'll remove this skull that we've put down, because it is not the solution we were looking for. So I'll just need to soften that one up and pull him away. We'll try not to destroy it, because we might find a use for it. So in fact, what I might do is just see if we can pick it up and place it back on the transfer sheet. Because if we can put it back on the transfer sheet, then we can use it again another day. So let's just transfer him over here. Put him with his brothers. It's like we never cut him out in the first place. And instead, we are going to get one of these little guys. Contemplating what army you want to invest in. What are you looking at? What's your short list? I just cut through that skull, didn't I? Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, I just barely avoided cutting through him, in fact. That's lucky. I just dropped him, and I can't see where he landed. Oh, he's here. I lost it again, over here. Please, just let me pick it up. Okay, there we are. It looks like the skull is fully intact. So we'll just place that over to the left to get, or to soften up a little bit. You haven't bought an army outright properly yet, so you're thinking the decision through long and hard. Yeah, no, it is a good idea to think about it ahead of time, what you want to get, because it is a big investment. Are there, like, what armies are you interested in to begin with? We should be able to do this other skull that we were looking at, so we can do the skull in the hog. Let's see how this one comes out. I think this one will be really good. Oh yeah, this is actually gonna be so good. Hang on. pull this one down. Actually, need to just get a little bit more of the... Let's just go straight on with the setting agent, because I think this one should be a nice and quick job. Oh yeah, this is gonna be so good. Let's get this nice and centered. Just need to rotate this a little. This is gonna be really good. Your short list is Blood Angels, Saturnine, Necrons, maybe something Nurgle. If you're looking to play in 40k, the Saturnine models are a bit awkward because they're specifically designed for Horus Heresy. So you'd need to proxy them as models for a different Space Marine army. And I don't know how like compatible they are one-to-one in terms of base size and unit size. But they're the Saturnine models are very cool. And the thing is, like, if you want, like, if you're set on them, you can use the Saturnine like minis for a Blood Angels army. You just need to figure out what you'd be proxying them as. Then otherwise, Necrons are very cool as well. I'm a big Necrons fan. They were one of my some of my first minis that I painted. And there's a lot of variety with Nurgle models. And the fun thing with them is you can make them look absolutely putrid. Not too bothered which you play, depends on what your first faction is, also you need someone to play with. Yeah. I think the main thing is just, if you want to, if you're interested in, like, playing with the Xeno factions and all that sort of thing, they are only in 40k. Like, the aliens are not in Horus Heresy at all. Okay. This one is going to be incredibly tight trying to get it in the right spot. Because it looks like the black circle is the exact same size as the white circle around it. I think that's where we want it though. I think that's it. Oh. Now I just need to make sure that that doesn't move. But that looks beautiful. Holy shit. Look at that. And then once that sets, our third layer, we'll just put a very small symbol inside the skull. Just a dash of color, I think. Maybe a little bit of red or yellow inside the skull. And yeah, for these ones over here, it'll be like a tiny gold skull, a tiny red skull, and then a tiny skull of, I don't know, or a tiny other symbol. love Grey Knights, but they feel basic color-wise at least. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the sad thing about Grey Knights is, I guess there's like, there are things you can do with Grey Knights to make them really cool. Like, I imagine that, like, if Grey Knights with a, like, turquoise could be quite cool. Not like a strong turquoise, but like turquoise accent and that sort of thing, I feel like could go really nicely with Grey Knights. Like, there is stuff you can do to try to spice them up, but yeah, I'd say that they are really heavily leaning into those brighter silvers. And there's not, or those, like, or maybe not necessarily brighter silvers, but very heavily leaning into silver, so there's not a whole lot you can do with them. It looks phenomenal. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. I just need to pray that it doesn't just mysteriously slide out of place like it happened with the bottom white diamond. Okay, let's try with this the small black skull that we just prepared. We'll set this on. Oop, does not want to move. Let's see if I can just move it to the edge of the tool there. We'll just make a new faction, like go opposite and make Dark Grey Knights. Yeah, like, I think that there's still some, I think there's a lot of potential for cool stuff you can do with Grey Knights. It's just their default color scheme is quite underwhelming. Shit. Please. Please. Oh, I can see the skull sliding out. Oh, it's upside down. It's a disaster. Oh, it's gotten even worse now. It's gonna come off on my thumb. I guarantee you. Let me just flip it over. Flip it over. Oh. Saved. I really should have cut this out on a slightly larger piece of the, a slightly larger piece of paper, so that I had something to hold on to. There we are. So now, just slide this down into position. A little bit of our softening agent. Just like that. Wipe off the excess, and now we should be able to push it into place. Down a little further, and then off to the right. That's looking pretty good. So now we put the setting agent on it, and then we'll try pull it into position. I'll just play around with the focus of the camera a bit, because I've noticed it's slightly out of focus, which is annoying me. There we are. That's where the focus is. Cool. Grab some setting agent. They didn't buff the combi melter. For which unit is that, Mac? Is that just like the generic Space Marine weapon, the combi melter? And wait, is this for which? Is this for 40k tabletop, or is this like Space Marine 2 with a balance patch? What is this in? Oh my god, this is sliding around all over the place. Oh, it's not in contact with the mini. It's like the bottom half of the skull is sitting up above it. That's why it's flicking around so wildly. Need to hit it with the softener and just flatten it down against the mini. There we are. In Space Marine 2? Right, okay. Yeah, I have not played Space Marine 2 since the release. Really should go back and play it some more. I think we want to pull this up about 0.5 millimeter, because we don't want it to touch the top of the chevron, but we want it to be close. Like that. And we just want to center it, so a bit off to the left. Like that. I think that is pretty good for the skull. Played through all of the Space Marine 2 campaign, then you lost access, so disappointing. What do you mean you lost access? Space Marine 2 is the best game you've ever played. I'm glad that Space Marine 2 is... Well, I'm glad that you have a game that you enjoy as much as you have. Besides Halo Reach and ODST. I was going to say, I was literally just about to say, but it sounds to me like you haven't played Halo Reach. Because Halo Reach is one of the best games I have ever played. I can't think of anything that has topped the Halo Reach experience for me in terms of like shooter game with campaign and multiplayer. The campaign and multiplayer of Halo Reach, both just easy top tier. Yeah, I feel like Xbox 360 games in general, just like Xbox 360 games that were released around like a few years either side of 2010, all fucking amazing. The account you're using no one has access to the game, not sure why. Ah, weird. Maybe your library sharing with someone who refunded the game. Halo Reach was beyond. Yeah, it was just incredible game. I remember when I got my Xbox 360, the 2 games that I got with it were Halo Reach and Gears of War 2. And holy shit, both of those games were amazing. Like, Gears of War 2 is... I'm so nostalgic for that game. I remember playing Gears 3. I got Gears 3 when it came out because I liked Gears 2. I liked Gears 2 that much. And Gears 3 was still good, but it had nothing on Gears 2. And then I didn't play any of the Gears after that. Gears 4 and 5 or something? What do you mean by Gears 4 and 5 was something? As in, they were not impressive? Because I heard very little about them. They were not impressive at all. Okay. What do we think? I think that that's okay for that symbol there. I think the placement there is fine. It's not amazing, but it's not the worst. Maybe I push this up a little further. Oh, hang on, that's better. Yeah, that is better. If I just push this up a little bit further into the corner. Yeah, I saw that they're trying to reboot Gears, aren't they? They're like remaking the first one, because, probably because the later ones were so unpopular. Because they're doing a remake with it's either the first or the second, right? Because from the trailer it had Marcus and Dom. They already did that years ago. It's on PlayStation. Wait, they already rebooted it years ago? Man, I have not. Am I just so behind the times? What? I thought there was a new one that they were doing that was like a new reboot. You played one of them and you loved it because it was like XCOM. This is before you got into Warhammer. I was about to say, are you sure you're talking about Gears of War? And then I thought about it for a second, and you're kind of right. It is somehow like a third-person shooter XCOM. It's just because of like the heavy cover play. It's really fun. Like, yeah, actually, man, I need to go back and play Gears 2 again at some point. Because thinking back on it, that game was so fucking fun. The new game is a prequel set during E-Day? Oh, okay. That's what it is, okay. Basically, the higher-ups realized that Marcus and Dom's, like, the Marcus and Dom's story was carrying the whole thing, and they had sort of written themselves into a corner, and they were like, it's probably more financially reasonable to revive these beloved characters, beat them into the ground a bit further so that we can milk people who had left the franchise already. Try to bring them back. Because unfortunately, we live in the realm of IP, and we're not allowed to just let a series die out. If a series had been profitable once, it means that series needs to continue on for eternity as a cash cow, rather than just let it end and come up with a new idea that people like. Okay, I think I'm just lifting this up to my face so that I can see, so I'll change the focus so we can all see what I'm doing. But, I'm just trying to set this in a position where it, sort of creates an even division on each corner there without being really rolled over itself. In fact, I think that's good there. I think I'm happy with that. Gears 5 wrote them into a deep corner. I see. Yeah, I don't know anything about the story after Gears 3. Like, Gears 3 was already getting a little bit weird. And I was like, okay, cool, I don't need to see any more. Uh-oh. Okay, did we disturb? Okay, we did not disturb the transfers. Although I did drop the transfer that I wanted to use, and then it just moved onto this tool here, upside down. Let's see if we can get it back on the paper, please. Now it's on my finger. Awesome. Guess that's not the worst. Not the worst outcome. It hasn't folded over itself. So let's pick it up on the tip of this paintbrush. There we are. And now I can put it where we need it. Fuck, you gave me a fright. I'm sorry, Cyrus. Look, this is a mainstay of Shells of Iron streams, is at some point I will just randomly drop something for no reason, and I will scare myself and you in the process. Shell's the only person that can drop a mini 20 times and it never get damaged. True! Okay. Just trying to line up the top line there with the top corner and the side line there with the side corner. Oh. Is that folding? It might be folding. I'm not certain, but I think this transfer is sitting up a little bit. And Warhammer is so expensive you learn how to use Blender to make your own models. Yeah, I mean, we unironically, like, Rebellion, unironically, is like the Blender guy. He just makes everything in Blender and then prints it. Speed painting you orcs, what are you guys doing? Uh, well, as you can see, I've been working on this one half panel of this guy's shoulder for the past 3 hours. Don't make everything, just a decent amount. That's what someone who makes everything would say. Okay. I think that'll be good for that. And then maybe... Do you think... What if we do an I and then a V there? Do you think that would work, or would that get too cluttered? Leave it? Yeah, I think it's, yeah. I reckon you're right. Okay, I think that's it for this layer. So then now we'll do another layer of gloss varnish, and then we'll get the tiny little symbols to put in these 3 black diamonds. Well, data note, hope you're feeling better. I'm definitely a lot better than I was, Chris. I was really bad the past few days. But yeah, a lot better now. Still not perfect, but pretty good. Just have to be really careful around, like, where I'm, like, when I put the varnish over the, over the bits that I just recently transferred on, because I don't want to shift them around. Especially when some of these are very precisely placed. I don't want them to sort of float into a different position. I think maybe the way to go is I start by placing the varnish inside the transfer and then pushing outwards. There we are, that's pretty good. Also, I've just noticed that the edge of this V is, like, the edges of it are really, like, rough. They're, like, jagged. So I'm probably going to need to clean them up with some paint at the very end. Just get some nice smooth white lines along the edges of it to make it look less shit. Because it looks quite clearly printed. And do you think we need something in this corner here? because I'm not sure if this feels a little empty or not. I feel like it kind of feels a little empty. Like when we pull back to like here. Actually, hang on, this is probably an easier way to figure it out. Is get the big fella, put his back on him. And get him in focus. Probably a skull will do fine. Yeah, I think you might be right. Just need something simple. Just to pad it out, yeah, because as it is just a little empty. I think that it needs a bit of color as well. If there's a yellow skull, I might put a yellow skull in the corner there. And then for the internals of these, I think getting some color in the internals of these markings here will be good, just to give it a little bit of interest. Love to get a decal printer. Those look so good and there's so many cool designs online. A decal printer would be a very cool thing to have, yeah. I wasn't aware that was a thing, but it makes sense. Yeah, okay, let's find some decals. So a yellow skull would be ideal, just to get some color. But if we can't find a yellow one, then we'll have to make do with a white one. Oh, sorry, I'll just get the focus back down on the bench there. Don't use all your decals on one model. Don't worry, I have an infinite decal supply. And I don't use them on many of my models, so I'm happy to use them on this one. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have a yellow skull to use, so it will just be a white skull. Probably won't be a big one. I reckon. Probably something about that size there. No, one step down from that one. Might be able to fit a small Iron Warrior skull in the corner there, but I don't think that's what we want. I think the Iron Warrior skull might just be a little overkill for it. Because we've already got the big Iron Warrior. Oh, actually no, maybe the little Iron Warrior skull would be fine. Yeah, we can do the one that has the other design from the one that we've got as the big one. Because there's two versions of it. There's the one with the vertical slice over the top of the head, and then there's the other one, which is like this, whereas like the dome has been separate. Yeah, I reckon we'll do that. Because it has a, it'll sort of help break up the, all the white shapes. Because it's silver instead, so it'll be, yeah, I think it'll be a little bit more interesting to look at without being too complicated. So that'll be one there. Have that start softening up. Then, next things will be... tiny little yellow/red skulls, if we have any, which we should. I think they were on the Space Marine sheet. Whatever I've done with that. I'm holding it in my hand right now, in fact. So this tiny little gold skull here, we should be able to fit inside one of our symbols, one of our chevrons, one of our diamonds, that's what I wanted to say. So we'll pop that inside one of the diamonds. Then, do we have a little red version of that as well? I feel like there should be. Yeah, there should be a red version of that tiny little skull somewhere. It might be... the chaos stuff? No, not with this chaos stuff. Over here? Where did I see it? I swear I had seen a tiny little red skull somewhere. Maybe it was with the ultramarine transfers. There are red skulls there, but they're not separate and they're too big. Maybe I just imagined it. Yeah, I think I just hallucinated this red skull. Means we're going to need to put some different colored symbols on these little diamonds. So what size are we dealing with? So the diamond is that one there, so it can very easily accommodate things like... so it should be able to accommodate the little yellow skull there. So that one's fine. The other things that I was looking at were going to be things like... things like that bullet shell there, or that artillery shell. I think that should work, although I might need to do it vertically. I don't know if I quite like how it looks vertically. That one there, where my thumb is. Could be fine. What are our other options? Otherwise, we've got things like these little hazard markers. They could be cool. Yeah, I think we do one artillery shell and one hazard marker. Let's do that. So, what am I planning on doing on the other shoulder pad? That one's going to be the house's heraldry, and the other shoulder pad, I don't know if I'm going to put anything on it because it's already got the it's already got hazard stripes and that sort of thing. So I think just leaving it as just plain hazards, like, that'll be fine. Paint a pin-up tech priest on the other shoulder pad. True! Okay, should be able to get that one. Then start softening that. And then our last one is going to be one of these little yellow hazard things down the bottom. One of those. And that should do for all of our things going inside the diamonds. So we'll set that aside. And the shoulder pad should have finished drying now. Ugh. So first things first, will that skull fit? Maybe not, actually. Yeah, we might actually just have to go with a regular skull. I hope we can fit this, because I think texture-wise, it does work a lot better. Although, if it doesn't fit, I can just take the top half of his dome off. Fuck it. We'll make it fit. There's a nice clean line we can cut along. Yeah, so I can either place that like this-ish. But I feel like that's a little cluttered. I think it needs to go further to the right. So, what we'll do is I will drown him in the softening shit. And we will perform surgery. say goodbye to the top half of your skull, sir. So just need to plant the knife. And then we just gently roll that over like that. And now he shouldn't have a dome anymore. Didn't quite break the connection there. Just there. As we soften that and move it around, it should come free on its own. On a grape, this was as precise as surgery on a grape. Ah, fuck it, we'll just bring the knife back in. There we go, that should be enough to break it free. No, man, he's holding on for dear life. There we are. If I put the old music back that isn't video game. The issue with the old music was Riot Games music, which I think I mentioned this. For some reason, it was meant to be creator safe, but then for some reason over the past, like about a month ago, they just proceeded to copyright claim every video on my channel that ever used that stuff. And it is impossible for me to go back and contest it, because when I contest them, they do unclaim them, but you have to contest each claim individually. And since I use it on live streams, I'm getting upwards of 20 to 30 claims per video. So I just cannot contest them. There's hundreds of them, and I contacted them about it, and then they just ghosted me. How lovely of them. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, it was fine for years, and then I think they changed who their distributor was, and the new distributor just went and claimed fucking everything that ever used it. So I retroactively got just everything claimed. It was just like, what? They're not other copyright-free music apps. Used to use Netless Design for Twitch streaming music. There probably are. I just can't be bothered to go out and look for all of that. Like, it's just not the it's like not the sort of things that I want to occupy my time and headspace with. Okay. Right, so now we can start doing these bits. So, for these... it's gonna be... a yellow skull for one. Fair, so there'll just be some random YouTube playlist that's safe. Yeah, it's also just a matter of like having to like go through and find music that I like having in the background. And it's like there are so many like copyright-free music things that I've looked at and I'm like, yeah, this is cool. And then it's like, nah, don't really like this, or like whenever there's like random vocals in the middle of it, it's like I can't do this. This is really annoying. And then it's like the playlist will be fine for the first 4 or 5 songs, and then there's just like 3 in a row which fucking suck, and it's just the idea of having to go through and listen to every song in the playlist so that I don't have to encounter that shit in the middle of the stream. Minecraft ambient music? True. I am now realizing that things may not actually fit inside these little diamonds that I've made. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to make this skull fit nice and cleanly. Oh, actually, I think that's good enough. I think that that fits cleanly enough. Yeah, it's not actually sitting out in any one spot. That's good. Just need to get the setting solution on it, and that will cause it to float. Next. I feel like you get to the point where you feel like you have every song for the game memorized. C418's given permission to all content creators to use their music. Oh, cool. Well, in that case, that might be one that I look at. Is it specifically just for C418's tracks though? Because I know that a lot of the modern Minecraft tracks are not C418. Oh, shit. We're safe. Well, hang on, are we safe? Or did I just roll that over itself? Yeah, it might be folding, hang on. Potentially not safe. Seems all of C418's, including non-Minecraft, and Minecraft website says all is fair game. Awesome. Well, we might bring that into the fold then. I have a feeling this particular one isn't going to fit all that nicely, so I might need to trim it a little bit. Apparently Spotify does a creator safe mode. I'll have to check that out. That might be a good thing to investigate. There's enough switch shoulder pauldrons. We're almost there, Mac. We're almost there. Oh, shit. I fucked it up. I'm ruining it. This one is not going to plan. Oh no. Oh no. 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 Okay. We should be able to save this. I think what we're going to need to do is place it and then get a bit of the softening solution. And see if we can break it back apart, because it has folded in. Oh shit. I don't know if anyone just saw that. Oh, I found it. But I managed to flick it through the air off the Mini with my brush. Built up a bit too much tension in the bristles and just launched it. Okay, it's folded in on itself, not exactly what we want, but it's smaller now, so it might fit in the middle of that this panel now. Not quite the result we were aiming for, but we might be able to leverage it. Yeah, not quite what we were going for, but it works. Let's just put a little bit of the setting solution on it. And just hope that that is good. Oh yeah, there was one more symbol that we had, which is going to go on the bottom one, which is this little hazard symbol here. This one should hopefully be pretty easy. Let's see if we can get this in position. Hang on. Guys. Surely is insane. No. Sanju, do you know what makes me insane is the fact that I've just placed this and I've come to the realization that this triangular hazard symbol is exactly half the size of this diamond. And it leaves that tiny little bit of black around the border of it. Like, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Specifically, should delete a server and remake it as a furry server or something. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking about making the server a furry porn server. I'm thinking we get another one of these hazards, flip it upside down, push these two together, and have the bolt run between them. Oh, hang on. I could do it in yellow, or I could make the other one a red one. Because that's the one we've just used. We could do red instead, have it split 50-50. Or we could do... No, I think yellow is the better way to go. Otherwise, it get too cluttered. So you have another pauldron, use it on that. No. The other pauldron, I've got plans for the other pauldron. When I say I've got plans for the other pauldron, I don't have any plans for the other pauldron. I'm making shit up. But this is, look, I've got decals to spare. Okay, let's see if I'm just trying to soften the other little hazard up as quickly as possible. It should be ready to transfer in a second. Is this called you called you find it? Yeah, it's just in the description. Yeah. Still stand it. This needs more cables. Look, we'll figure it out. Love the kit bash Saturnine. Yeah, I'll have a look at the Saturnine Perturabo in a sec. Just want to get these established and sitting right before I shift my focus. Is this ready to move yet? No, not quite. There we are, starting to lift now. Just get a little bit of our softener underneath that, where I've started to lift it up. There we are. Okay. Now, Just gently place that down like that. Then we grab the point of that one, drag that over here. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Okay, that's the sort of position we want it in. It's not quite setting flat yet. So the issue now is I need to apply the softener to it, which is going to cause both of them to drift a little bit. And then I'm going to need to apply the setting agent to it. Okay, so soften both of them and brush them flat. And then dry the brush, soak up the excess, get some of the setting agent. Just like that. Now we just try to pull it into the position. I really like that. I really like that. And it looks like it is sitting flat. Just feather down the top edge. Okay. I think that's good for transfers on that panel. Now, for this panel here, it is going to be more like actual heraldry stuff. And so my idea for that is going to be, first of all, the centerpiece will be a stag head surrounded by half cogs. So they're going to be the half cogs I will grab from here. I don't think I'm going to be able to use the full-size half cogs there. Maybe I can. But, so basically I want to use half cogs with the stag head from... it's on one of these sheets. From here. So I want to use the stag skull in the middle of some half cogs, and then I also want to use, there are going to be some strips of of script. I believe that's going to be on the word bearers section. Over here, there's some white script along here. I want to use this against the, I'm going to catch it in the light anywhere. There. Those strips of white script in the bottom corner here. I think those will look quite nice for texture. Either that, or otherwise, there are these blocks of actual like nightly like clubs or whatever you would refer to these as. Like I could potentially actually make a base foundation of this and then put a black decal over that to block out a large shape, and then put a white shape inside that or a colored shape inside that. Whatever we go with. I'm going to go to the bathroom again, let this dry, and then once that's dried, we're going to put our matte varnish on that, and then get to work on this. Maybe just start laying some things out. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. So let's put some varnish on this one. I think that having the matte varnish on the panel will hopefully just bring it all together, because I don't like the gloss finish. And we can always put some damage, some chips and that sort of thing, some nicks in the symbols. It helps sort of break it up if it looks too clean or too polished, too perfect. And I may end up needing an additional coat of the matte varnish. Just to knock it back, because I think it's possible that we might still be getting a little bit of the glossy sheen showing through. But it also could just be because it's wet. And I don't actually know if additional coats of the matte varnish will make it any more matte. Yeah, I think it's largely just because it's still wet. I'll just make sure we've got smooth coverage everywhere. And we'll leave that be. Okay, let's plan out our other panel. Now, unlike the front panel, I do want this to truly feel like it's heraldic. So where this one is purely just for tracking things, this one I want it to feel like a cohesive thing. So we want almost complete coverage, I'm thinking. Who's Matt and why do you have his coat? It's a funny one. I'm thinking if we go for full coverage of it, could potentially try going across the whole thing with something like these clubs. They've got them in white and red. I think the red is probably too outlandish for the color scheme. Hang on. This is how we this is how we figure it out. Bring the man back. Put his shoulder on. Can't find the correct position for it. So I think I just smeared some of the coat. Yeah, I might need to come back and fix that. Oh, yeah, that's the fingerprint right there. Hang on. Emergency. Emergency. There we are. That should be good. Like that. And then we bring this into focus. Okay, so as far as color scheme goes, do we think it is within the world of reason that we can have red as part of this guy's house's heraldry? Because Iron Warriors don't really use red. They don't really use any color except yellow. There's another possibility is we can try do similar to how we did the banner on his maybe we do this actually. The way we did the banner, was rather than using the metallic, we used Corvus Black. And then just we just used Abaddon Black for the recesses. I think that that might be enough to communicate it as heraldry. Red wouldn't be lore accurate, but it would fit the color scheme. Yeah, that's like, because the red doesn't look super out of place, but I'm just like trying to compare it to everything else. I think it sort of changes it too much. But I think that maybe the way we go is for the spots where we're specifically going for it to be like heraldry, like for his knight's house. If we try to push it to a similar sort of thing to what we've got going here, I think this could work. Where we use Corvus Black so that it's clear, it's specifically not a metallic finish. I think that this could be good. I think we'll at least start by doing this, paint it Corvus Black, and then we might split it with either yellow and just have heraldry, like just a solid yellow, or we figure something else out. I might need to plan this one out a bit more before we actually get stuck into it. Just because I don't want to overdo the yellow is the thing. Let's see how this varnish is dried out. Yeah, okay, the matte finish is really nice. Yeah. And now that I can see how this looks, I definitely think that this panel needs to be a different color. Yeah, I think if once we make this Corvus Black, it'll make the metallic finish on this panel look better because it's not just going to be like a blob. Or as much of a blob. Just gonna put the lids back on my transfer chemicals while I can so that I don't accidentally knock them over while I'm doing something else, because I have almost knocked them over several times today. Just put a blob of this on my wet palette. Let's pop this up here, just as a visual guide. Yeah, because I think this is definitely similar enough to the metallic that it is cohesive, but different enough that you can immediately identify it as painted. I think that might be like a small issue that I have with these, is it's weird because the Iron Warrior helmets are fine because they're a metallic, but the rest just look like they're painted on to an unpainted surface, which I think is another thing that maybe isn't so great about how they look. Whereas for the panels where we've got the transfers over here, since they're over fabric or some kind of painted surface, they look really clean. So I think this back panel should hopefully look really nice if it's got a a painted base rather than a metallic base. I think they're reliant on overcoats or of paints or contrast. They're too reliant. Yeah, I think there definitely needs to be something over the top of these to make them blend in a bit better. So we'll need to figure out what that something is next time. Number one, baby. This is a hotly contested position. Okay. I reckon one more coat of all this black should be enough to get this nice and smooth. And then it'll be a matter of blending our darker sections down the bottom there, and then our lighter sections probably along this ridge here. Although I don't know if I want to do that before or after. Maybe we do that after we put our transfers on. We decide if we want to blend any highlights and shadows onto it. I say we let this dry, and then we do one more coat of our Corvus Black on it. Just so that we can get rid of any of these brush marks. What can we do to this? Do we think maybe just Nuln Oil would be enough to knock back some of the cleanliness of the whites here? I feel like Nuln Oil could potentially be all we need. Although I have also got another shade which has got a little bit of a bluish color as well, which might give it that little bit of metallic. Agrex maybe a bit of a dirtier color. Agrex would definitely dirty it up. That is for certain. What I might try is I did get this. I got Drakenhof Nightshade, and I think it might give a nice little bit of depth to it, but I don't know if it's going to be the right sort of color. So I'm just gonna use a tiny bit of this just to see what the color comes out as. I prefer painting Knights or Eldar so far. It's a hard question. I really like both of them. They're my two top armies. I think probably Knights, just because I've painted them so much more, and I feel like I've got so much more variety in the way I paint my Knights, because every Knight that I paint is significantly different. Whereas my Eldar, they're, for the most part, they're all, they're Craftworld Eandon. So outside of my Aspect Warriors, they're all very similar, so it's much more army painting kind of thing. So yeah, I'd say probably in terms of enjoyment of painting, Knights are my preferred one, because I get to experiment a lot more. But I just love the Eldar as a faction, and their models are really cool. Let's see, how does this Drakenhof Nightshade look? Oh, that's going to be way too thick for what we want. We'll just apply a bit of it and see what it looks like. And potentially be ready to pull it back if we don't like it. Oh, right, this is making it abundantly clear to me that I forgot about the, yeah, I'm going to strip it back. I think the Nightshade, probably not what we want for this particular model, but I like the potential of it. It's probably going to be either Null or Agrax, but, what was I going to say? But, yeah, I forgot that these Roman numerals here, they've got a very jagged, sort of very clearly printed edge to them, so I'm going to need to paint them. I'm going to need to put a clean white line there first before I do anything. So we'll just let this dry. We'll pop the lid back on our Drakenhof. Eldar's your main, Chaos Knight's your second. Yeah, I like... They're just both really cool factions. Yeah, where's my brightest white? It'll be this one here. And it's an ink, so I won't thin it at all. Just use a tiny little bit on the tip of my brush. We're not trying to get a heap of coverage or anything like that. We're purely just trying to define a line. Yeah, it's just along the edges of the V. I feel like it's just barely visible on the camera there. It's like it looks like camera artifacting, but the V is actually, the V just looks like that. Is this the last stream of the week? It will be, yes. Yeah, unfortunately, I'd only scheduled 3 streams, and I was hideously ill for one of them. I'm excited for the new Night Codex. It looks like it has a lot of really fun options in it, so it'll be nice to have more than one detachment that I can use. So that is going to be very cool. I am just a little nervous that the GW balance changes are going to be a little bit too aggressive, and like, it's good for tournament play. Knights should be nerfed for tournament play, I understand that. But the issue is in casual play, my friends know when I'm playing Knights, and so they always are able to prepare accordingly with more anti-tank and that sort of thing. So if my Knights get heavily nerfed, then I feel like playing with them casually will just be a little bit rough. You're thinking Necrons, what's the best way to learn to play? Unfortunately, I would say best way to learn to play is have a friend who can teach you. As with most things, that's generally the easiest way to get into something. But, otherwise, I'm gonna just say the cringe nerd answer. If you read the rule book. Because I play so many tabletop games, mostly tabletop RPGs, but I'm just like, my brain is wired to understand rule books and like understand wording of rules and stuff. It's like, I don't know, I like to read that shit. But yeah, otherwise it's just like play with someone who's willing to teach you willing to like show you the ropes. Play the first couple of matches, play for killing, then add objectives and basic stratagems while trying out secondaries and go full rules mode. That is probably a very good way to start out. Yeah, like when I started playing the first couple of games we didn't have like proper objectives. It was just like, it wasn't just killing. But it was like, it was mainly just focused on killing. Allows you to learn how phases work and shooting by itself, whole importance of capturing objectives and when to use command points. Yeah, I will say, I feel like the universal stratagems are the most annoying things to remember at first. Because you're like, at least for me, I was like so locked in on paying attention to what detachments or what stratagems my detachment had, that I just completely forgot about the universal ones. Okay, that's looking a lot better. Yeah, just needed to clean up the edges of that V, because they were very jagged. You have to make a cheat sheet every game. Yeah, we have printouts with a lot of the common rules on them, just so that we can look at them in the middle of the game if need be. And I will have on my phone, I've got like we've got a Discord server specifically for our session organizing, and everybody has a channel where they'll just like post screenshots of the like of the rules that are important to them, and so I've just got a massive list of screenshots that I like flick through, which have like my detachment rules and my stratagems and my units data sheets and stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to remember early on. There we are. I think that looks pretty good for that V. And now we'll go back and do our second coat of the Corvus Black, just to smooth it all out, and then we can go on Nuln Oil / potentially Earthshade on the front panel. You have your book, your app, your cheat sheets, might add your iPad. Yeah, I won't be able to use the app for my knights anymore, because once the codex comes out, the knights data sheets won't be free on the app anymore, which is really annoying. I feel like GW should just make... I hate that you have to buy the codexes. It's actually so stupid. I feel like GW should just make it so that if you subscribe to Warhammer Plus, one of the bonuses you get is you get access to all of the codexes, all the codex information on the Warhammer app. I feel like that would actually just make so many people buy Warhammer Plus. I would pay for Warhammer Plus if that was if that was one of the things you got. Like if you subscribe, you should get everything. Yeah, exactly. But it's just weird that they have a subscription app. Also, they have a subscription service, and they have an app with locked features, paywalled features, but you can't get these paywalled features directly through the app at all. You have to buy a physical book and scan a QR code on that physical book in order to get those features in the app. And you can't get those features through their subscription service either. No one said GW was smart. Yep. It's just like, it goes beyond, like, greed. It's just, like, stupidity. Like, they could be making so much money off this. Like, surely they don't make that much money off book sales. I feel like every person who plays the tabletop that I've spoken to hates codexes. Like, no one buys those things. Everyone just uses Wahapedia. You buy the models, that's all you should need. The models should come with the booklets and rules, then Warhammer Plus should add more info and stuff. Would make them more expensive individually, but you're paying less overall. I don't even think they should charge you more for the... like, they shouldn't charge you more for selling you the rules with the models. They already give you the obscenely outdated data sheets of the models. Like, when you buy the box, you'll have, like, in the little assembly booklet at the back, you'll have, like, the profiles of the weapons, and they're completely out of date. But, like, they're putting them in there in the first place. Like, they're printing that shit. There should be just like a little QR code or something you can scan there that puts it in your app if they're so set on the stupid QR code shit. Or at least make it to where you can unlock a codex on the app for a little money. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's crazy that they don't even let you pay them on the app to access the features. They're like, you do not have these features unlocked. Sorry. And it's like, can I get them? No. What? You don't want my money? Let's try the Agrax Earthshade first. Because I feel like it is just witchcraft. It does so many things so well. The thing is, like, I like it, but I don't think I like the way it's coloring the metallic. Yeah, I don't like the way it's coloring the metallic. The Null Oil is definitely the way to go because it'll keep it more neutral. Are there other miniature war games you play besides Warhammer? No. This is my only miniature game. Okay. Come on, Null Oil. Yeah, this is it. I feel like I have this thing where I hate Null Oil, and then I use it in the correct situation, and I'm like, oh, this is what it's for. Because I feel like Null Oil is one of those things where it's like, it's just something where so many people will just universally declare it as like the shade that you use. You just use it everywhere. And so I have this like knee-jerk reaction where I'm like, man, I hate Null Oil. It's so shit. But it's just because everyone uses it on the wrong things. But like going on to like metallics that are in the same sort of color profile as it, it's really good. But that's about it. But I guess that's why everyone loves Null Oil, is because most Warhammer players are Space Marine people. And so they're just like, yeah, because it's just good on Space Marines, I guess. I think we want to just specifically try and get little bits where it is going to put some darker blobs on the white painted sections. Just like that. Yeah, I think having having these very deliberate blobs where it's pooling sort of makes it look tarnished and dirty without sort of going overboard. Yeah, I reckon that'll be pretty good. Maybe just get a little bit more over on that section there. Yeah, I think that'll be good. That's how you feel with Agrax Earthshade or recently Xandra Dust for all your Eldar runes? Yeah. Well, it's like Agrax Earthshade on anything that isn't like a very neutral metallic, it is incredible. It just makes everything look amazing, especially like organic things. It's just crazy. It just does things so well. Like bone, especially Agrax Earthshade, it fucks hard, and then just like, yeah, look, it's just the best for anything that isn't a neutral metallic. But I think the Nuln Oil there, just to sort of break up the evenness of the yellow, or sorry, of the white transfers there, is good for. Yeah, I reckon that's done a lot for it. In fact, hang on, this is what we do. We take a step back from our work. Yeah, I like it. I do think, oh man, I'm still not fully settled on the house's heraldry. So I do really want to have the maybe what we do is we split half of it with, do we do the red clubs? I feel like the red clubs could be good, but I don't want to completely break the coherency of the model. Maybe we split it half-half with red clubs, white clubs. I feel like it won't break the coherency if I'm doing it with red clubs over the dark bottom section, because then it's going to still be the primary color is still going to be correct. It's just going to be an accent to the rest of it. And I think if we split it with the two colors of clubs, it'll cover that one panel really nicely. Yeah, I reckon we go first one red clubs, so right hand side red clubs, left hand side white clubs. And then we just go from there. See how it comes out. How much do we need? May as well just cut out most of it. We won't do all of it, because you never know, we might find a use for the remainder. But we'll take most of it, and then, oh, hang on, so we want to start from the bottom here. I might find some use for these tiny little clubs at the bottom. Because what we'll do is we'll transfer the whole lot on, and then once we get it in position, we'll cut off the excess. Red clubs. Yeah, I was initially planning on ending the stream around about now, but I'm not feeling so ill as to stop immediately, so I want to at least try getting the foundation of our heraldry started. The foundation of the heraldry for the house specifically. I've got that one softening, and then we'll cut out the white clubs. Probably won't need as much from the white clubs, but we'll cut it out anyway, just in case, because it never hurts to be prepared. Cut out the same amount that we cut for the red clubs, even though it'll probably be less. Warhammer cured my sickness. I don't know if it cured it. It has definitely helped distract me from it. So we'll set that aside to soften as well. And then for our house icon, it's going to be the stag head that we were looking at, but I need to place it on top of something. Where is it? I'm looking at the wrong sheet. The sheet that has it, it's not a huge icon. Well, actually, I guess I can probably do a split of white stag head over the red clubs, black stag head over the white clubs, and then I can build some other things up around it, potentially. We'll start with just the white stag head, and we'll see how it looks when we're placing it. And we'll find an appropriate spot for it, and if there's a nice spot for it, then we can swap to, well, we can either just stick with it as is, or we can mirror it with the black one. Okay. Place that one down there. And we're about to have the very, very painful moment where I try to transfer a really large transfer, and it's going to just completely fold in on itself, or do all manner of unspeakable things that will make me want to end stream immediately. First things first, I know I said that I was going to do red clubs on the right, white clubs on the left, but now that I've cut them out, I'm at least able to sort of visualize them side by side. So it's gonna be a split like that. Or we can do it the other way around. Whichever one is on the right hand side will have more color, because it's going to be more surface area. I think we do red on the right. Yeah, I reckon red on the right, red on the right is the right way to go. Yeah, is the red one wider? Let's top to top. I feel like there might be one extra column in the red one. No. Okay, it's just the white ones are always really hard to tell. Okay, but in any case, yeah, I think this is the single biggest decal I have ever tried to do. So this is probably gonna suck. Let's just completely cover it with the softener again, just to make sure it moves nicely. It's been soaking for a bit, so it should hopefully move somewhat freely. Yeah, okay, it is moving. And maybe what we'll do is we'll also just reapply a little bit of the setting agent, just to hopefully help it catch on a bit. This is already gonna suck. The angle is awkward. This is definitely not what we wanted. Okay, I think the way we need to do this is try to move it off the top of the sheet if we can. No. Okay, fuck it. Let's just pin it with my finger. Ugh, it's gonna be disgusting. This I can already tell is gonna be really bad. Okay, how can we make this work? Pick up this bottom edge. No, okay, we get our brush underneath it. We lift him up. On my finger there. The main thing is going to be anchoring the top of it. The awkward thing as well is there's going to be a cavity underneath it. This is the single worst way to do transfers. Don't do this. If there's any, like, if we get any, like, Gundam passerbys in here while I'm doing this, I think I'm actually going to get reported to the authorities. So I think I might have it. So now that we've got it in place, we just need to keep applying the softener on top of it. Never seen a transfer like this? Yeah. I've never used a transfer like this. I've never done a transfer like this either. Okay, I think the goal is going to be, first up, if we can nice and smoothly press it in. There's a few things we need to do here. So we need to realign this like that. Pull it out straight like this. Get rid of any bubbles. Push it into the recess. And then we get our knife. And we just, while holding it still, hopefully, we stamp into the recess like this. Am I using microsol to soften it? I have drowned it in microsol, my friend. Okay. So now if we just keep pushing it down like this, we can get rid of any air bubbles. Actually, let's just check this as well. Did I successfully remove... successfully tear it free along that line there? I think I have. And so now the big thing is going to be getting it in place in here. Curling it around this part is going to be really annoying. Let's keep softening it. Oh, I think it's just torn on its own there. That doesn't bode super well. Well, I think we're getting there. Billy's abusing that poor transfer. Quiet, you. This poor transfer is abusing me. Okay, I think... Oh, not quite. Ugh. That's not good. There appears to be a club missing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this... I'm going to put it back on the transfer paper. And then after we come back for our second lot of transfers, I'm going to reapply one of these clubs in that section where there is one missing. This is painful. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I am pained. I'm the one who's doing this. This is this is the most painful for me. Having to carry out this atrocity. Okay. So, coverage is mostly good. So what we want to do now is what we'll do is just try to soften it all once more and massage out any air bubbles that we've got in it. Did I just... How did that happen? One of these clubs in the middle just disintegrated on its own. What the fuck? Right, it's 1 AM, you're heading out later, folks. Right, I'll catch you later, Rebellion. You're hoping Microset and Microsol will help you. This is what you're afraid of happening on your nights. Microset and Microsol are very nice. They are definitely useful. I am currently using them. So, if you're afraid of this happening on your nights, you can just freehand things. Most of my night heraldry that I've done has been freehanded. This is purely just like, because I've got all these transfers, I was like, fuck it, let's do one where it's just a lot of transfers. But yeah, a vast majority of my night stuff I've done with, I've just hand painted it, and it's a lot of fun. And depending on how hard you choose to go, it can be less time consuming than trying to do this. Oh. Okay, no damage done. Okay, now let's just see if we are able to cleanly break this along the trim. But yeah, I will say that transfers also are not that bad most of the time. It's specifically really big ones like this that just suck. I hate them. There's so much that can go wrong with them. Okay, so it's not the worst. There's a little bit of folding happening, but I think this is still within the realm of salvageability. So we'll just get some more softener on there. This one in the middle is annoying because it's just decided to disintegrate on its own. I think I must have accidentally punched a hole in the transfer sheet at some point ages ago, and it's just become a weak point for it to tear apart. So when I come back through and place individual clubs back in, it's going to need to be one there and then one here. But honestly, I think this has turned out surprisingly well. Yeah, I'm actually not too upset with this. Now we just need to do it again. The shape hopefully won't be as painful as this though, because this is all pretty low-lying, so it shouldn't be as much of a nightmare. Let's see how we go. Have returned. Welcome back. I just finished my first incredibly painful large transfer. With one message, Sunju immediately takes back first place. Just finished, all barbs finally highlighted. Too many plates for a basic little guy. Yeah. That's like, again, that's the main reason I don't have it. Like, I'm probably never gonna play Tyranids, and the reason why I don't paint them that often, despite really liking painting them, is because I see no reward. You need to paint so many guys to field an army. Okay, just place this in like this. And we just want to make sure it runs parallel with the red ones, like that. I think that's good for our first placement. There's a fold here, but now if we just turn it like this, and then get a lot of our softener going. We should just be able to push this in. I'll lift up this front corner here so it can come forward. I think this will be pretty good. So I think we just need to cut this out now. What's going on with that side then? This is going to be the Knight's personal heraldry here. So this is their personal house. As opposed to the their battle record with the Iron Warriors on that one there. This is going to be their house's heraldry. So we're going to put the like the stag symbol, like the stag skull and half cogs over this. It's kind of hard for me to see where the recess that I'm aiming for is in here. It's like... it's just because yeah, the white clubs, they just hide it a little too well. And now that I've made a few slices, before I keep cutting, I'm gonna come back with the solvent and just see if we can smooth it back out so that I don't end up with anything folding or moving into a position it shouldn't be in. So I reckon we want to cut just above this club here. Just along there. Make sure we get a nice break there. May as well cut along the bottom edge here so that I don't run the risk of accidentally bumping it all out of position. That I should now be able to pull this bottom section out. Oh, did I fuck it? No, I think it's fine. Yeah, I should be able to salvage that with paint. I can always just slide this whole panel down a tiny bit. Those seem to go on way better. The shape of it is just a lot better than this shape here, because there's like this is really high, and there's that really awkward curve there. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm moving it all around when I shouldn't be moving it. I'm just trying to cut it. There, I think that's most of it. So if I just get the solvent on the brush now and just, again, try to smooth it all out. In the process, I should also be able to lift away this section that we've cut free. Just like that. Put that with our scraps off to the side. And see if we can smooth this out a bit. Because it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I don't think we'll need to do as much in the way of touch-up as what we've got to do on the red side there. Okay. So there's just... We're safe. Probably cut off the chopped prints. Yeah. The bottom edge there, we'll want to clean up a little bit. Rather than cut them off, I'll just go over them in Corvus Black. That'll be the safer way to go about it. Because the thing is, at least I know the exact color that it's sitting on top of, so I can just paint over that. So what we'll do now is clean my brush, and I'll go over all of it with the setting agent. And then we'll paint over the bits that need to be painted over, and then we'll varnish the lot. And we'll use this opportunity to try to, once again, just smooth out any bubbles that are particularly noticeable. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Yeah, again, there are a few mutilated bits here and there, but we'll cover them over and then put back any bits that are completely missing. But yeah, I think this will look cool. I like this. It gives the knight a bit more character than just having the symbols, or than just being like plain Iron Warrior stuff. And it feels a lot more knightly as well. Yeah, I like it. I think that it'll be quite good once we get the other stuff on top of it as well. Don't want to repeat of last time. Which last time? There are so many last times you could be referencing. Be saddened if you don't end up second, or if you end up second, don't return to your rightful place. Oh, right. What am I planning on putting on top of the clubs? I'm thinking the symbol of the house will be so a couple of half cogs with the stag skull in the middle. I just don't know how I'm going to make the stag skull stand out because my options are a black one or a white one. And it's like, I can do white symbols over the red, and I can do black symbols over the white, but I don't think I can really do anything in the middle between them. So like I could do a white half cog on the red part and a black half cog on the white part, but then I don't really know how I'm going to plant the stag skull in the middle. barrier line or something. I just don't know what kind of line I would put there. Like what color? Because it's like... I don't want the color to be a... like, I don't want to have it become really, like, sort of... I don't want it to be super busy. Either that, or what I could actually do... Hang on. What I could do is... I could have the half cogs quite close together. Oh no, never mind, that wouldn't work. I was going to suggest have them close together, and then with the white skull, if it was going over a black half cog, it would be visible, but there's going to be a white half cog on this side. So then if it overlapped onto that, it wouldn't be visible. Damn! I must say though, I do really like how this looks now. The null oil just over the transfers does a lot. White symbols would clash with the white patterns. No, yeah, exactly. That's like... I feel like if I had the white symbol on top of something else, because it's either that or there's the black deer skull, but it would be pretty much invisible on the red. It'd be fine on the white, but yeah, it'd be really hard to see on the red. Oh, hang on, hang on. I've got, rather than a stag skull, I've got mirrored deer. Just mirrored live stags that I can use. And I can set them above something. So I could set them atop Boy, first hand stream my hand. Well, in all honesty, we're not going to go a lot longer. I want to figure out what we're doing with this, varnish it, and then maybe set up a plan for what the it'll look like. I do like the idea of the mirrored stags looking at each other though. But they need to have something to work with. So either set them in front of... I don't think I have any shields. How is it that Green Stuff World made these two things of heraldry and neither of them have got goddamn shields on them? What's the transfer sheet from? Yeah, I got these from Green Stuff World. What I could do, potentially, is... No, it's too big. Never mind. Scrap that. I was going to suggest I take these half cogs with the skulls in them and the semicircle, but then just put the mirrored deer in those semicircles. But they're too big anyway. This is hard. Do I not just seriously not have anything with a shield? I think the play might be these half cogs here, but there's no black version of them. Why? Why is there no black version of them? Yeah, none of the other sheets have them. Don't the night transfers have a house with a shield? You would think so. But no. They do not. Only way I'm seeing a half cog transfer is with these. Is that way I can get the black and white that we want. Painted black instead, you know. No, I think I figured out what I want to do. I think I've got an idea. And so, what we'll do first is this should be dry enough that I can touch up the gross sections with some Corvus Black. So that'll be things like up here. Thing is, some of these transfers as well are slightly misshapen and sort of running up the side of the trim. I didn't quite fully clean them up. I think I might actually need to trim this back a bit further. If I just nestle this right in the base of the trim there. Because I can see it a bit more clearly now. That was the issue when I was first doing this, was since all of it was sort of floating up above it, I couldn't quite see the base of the trim. But now, I should just be able to push this into there, roll it back and forth and around. And now we just get our little tool with the spike. And some of these parts we will need to repaint a little bit. Oh! Fuck. I accidentally just dragged a section of it. I got a little overzealous in my trimming. There we are. I reckon that's pretty good. I might actually just do one final pass around this edge. This will probably pick up any little fragments of it that I've got left floating around. You do painful things to yourself. Like, it looks so cool though. I won't deny it's self-inflicted. Okay. That's pretty good. So we'll just let that sit as is. And let's touch up some of the bits elsewhere. Looks good. Unfortunate though. Yeah, it's it is unfortunate that I've decided to do this, but I think we should be able to make it look alright. It's looking well lined up. It's not 100%. It's closer together at the top than it is at the bottom, but it's marginal. It's less than a millimeter of difference. So now we're just covering over the little tiny sections at the edges. Yeah, just covering all the bits where it's a bit broken. Like we'll need to put a new club in this middle bit here. Although honestly, maybe not. It's not even that noticeable that it's not there, and it kind of looks nice with the little gap in it. I don't know. We'll see how we feel. Did I paint over that one in black? In the middle there, it had disintegrated. Basically, I think there was a tiny hole in the transfer, and so while I was softening it, that one broke apart, so I painted over the remains of it. And then I might just put a replacement one back there. But potentially not, seeing how it looks. I just realized these aren't even clubs, these are swords. I've been lied to. What the fuck? The red ones are. Wait, are they? They're definitely shaped different. Okay, they're not swords, but they're definitely shaped different to the white clubs.
Okay. I think this is coming together quite nicely. Just need to cover over the broken ones. Ugh, I just accidentally put my my micro sole brush in my mouth and it tasted like vinegar. Ugh. How did you do that? Because I was like, I was like trying to smooth the this section out, and I wanted to like straighten the tip of the brush, and I forgot that it had microsol in it and not water-based paint, and so it's just a little bit nasty. Missed you guys. Welcome back, Mac. Okay. I reckon that's pretty good for the touch-ups of our, well, actually, down the bottom here, you can still see them peeking through every now and then. There we go. I reckon that's pretty good for the touch-ups of the white panels, or the white clubs. So now we want to do a coat of our varnish over that. And then we can decide on our course of action from there. Okay. What's varnish? I don't like this. It's highlighting the little ripples in it. I'm seeing where the little ripples in the sheet are. I understand it's because it's the gloss one. So hopefully, when I come back with the matte varnish at the end, it won't just highlight all the little ripples in the sheet. But you can see it happening here. What have I done? I'm putting the layer of varnish over it so that we can come back with the next batch or next batch of decals. But just the wet varnish, you can see it pooling in the sections where the sheet was rippled. All those tiny folds are becoming very easy to see. It's really just around this corner. It's not actually that bad. And I will probably need to do another touch-up of the parts of it which have, which I've gone over with Corvus Black. They're still somewhat visible, like over here. You can sort of see the bits peeking through. But who knows, I might come back and just put additional clubs in there. Like, we'll probably put another club in there. And yeah, do another one there. I don't think we need one down the bottom there, though. Man, that front panel, I really like it now. I didn't like it at first, but I think now that we've offset it with this back panel, the front panel looks really nice. I need to do more more heraldry like this. This shit is actually so satisfying. It looks so fucking cool as well. This is knightly.
This, my friends, my dear viewers, is knightly heraldry. This is the mark of chivalry at its finest.
I also really need to find out what kind of paint I can get that gives me that look that the wet varnish gives me. Bro has killed 500 people.
Brother has slaughtered 500 innocents in glorious battle. He has challenged each one to a one-on-one duel, and then proceeded to stomp them into pulp on the masonry of their driveway.
Yeah, so once this varnish dries, yeah, I think what we'll do, I think what will look nice is we'll do the mirrored stags looking at each other. So we'll have a black half cog with a black stag nestled in it facing that way, and then we'll have a white half cog with a white stag nestled in it facing that way. I think that's what we want to do. I just need to find appropriately sized ones. We'll cut out the stags first, the mirrored stags, because then we'll be able to use them as a reference on the other sheets, rather than just eyeballing it. Oh, hang on. Do I have them correct? Yes, okay, these are the correct ones. Yes, we need the white one looking left, black one looking right. think I accidentally just damaged the antler of this one here, marginally. No matter, it's not one of the ones I'm using right now anyway. Okay, so we'll get this to start softening. Okay. And now I just need to find the cogs that we're going to use. So they'll be on these pages. Because I've got white half cogs here that could work. Actually, let's pick up our stags so that we can look at the size we're chasing. Actually, they might need to be a little bit larger than that. Yeah, it needs to be a little bit larger. Because otherwise I was going to look at these ones here. And just cut them and cut the wings off them. These could work. I'd have to play around with them, but I could make them work. I'll keep them in mind. What's my other option? My other option is over here. Yeah, the only other option is the really big one there. And that will nestle it, but it's going to be too big for the panel. Yeah, so I think that's what we're going to have to do. Is... There's one of the type of guy to lift 3 feet in the air when he smells a pie on the windowsill. Why do you attribute that to me? What makes you say this? A lift into the air, arms go slack, and then just float towards it with my nose forwards. Like head slightly forwards, just float towards it, eyes shut. Happily sniffing the air. Okay, so we need left hand cog to be black, right hand cog to be white. I'm gonna cut these out with little scissors. I don't want to try to do this with the knife. I will make a mess of it. Black on the left, white on the right. Cool. Bells when he sees a cool $200 model that he won't build. Yeah, true. True and real. Okay, so we need to cut around this skull. Because I could cut the skull out, but I have a feeling that it's cool and I might use it in the future. So I don't want to damage it or separate it from the sheet if I can avoid it. Okay. I accidentally just took the corner off that. It probably won't be that noticeable though because it's the black one and that the background is black as well, so won't be too noticeable and we can always just fix it a little bit with paint. Now, I'm not going to cut the whole thing out using the scissors, it's just going around the skull here. So once I cut this bit, I'm just going to pivot over the other way and do the opposite one up above. Ugh, this one, I'm a little nervous that I may have damaged it. We'll have to wait and see though. Ooh, yeah, I may have damaged that one. Yuck. Okay. Now we can use the knife. Surely we're almost done, right? There can't be much more to do. Yeah, I think that we should finish this shoulder pad today within, I want to say the next 20 minutes. That could just be me being optimistic, though. Okay, so we'll need to clean up this one a little bit. 20 minutes, that gives time for the great flip. The battle is not over. Okay. I'm not too worried about damaging the Aquila part of these cogs because I don't give a shit about the Imperial Aquila. That's for nerds. But we do want to avoid damaging the cog itself as much as we can. Okay. Didn't quite remove the bit that I wanted to remove there. That's annoying. Maybe I just need to cut in like this. There we are. That should do it. There, and then we'll do another wedge out that way. Maybe just shave it down a tiny bit more, because this, I feel like this spoke of the cog is just a little bit longer than it should be. There we are, that's what we want. Okay. Set this aside to soften. And then the white one. You gotta clean it up in the same way. Yeah, should be pretty good. Okay, and so... if we can soften these up. And let's just go straight into putting the mirrored stags on. How far are you from completing the model? We don't ask that question here, Jesus. That is not an appropriate thing. I really wish you'd be more considerate of your surroundings when you ask insensitive questions like that. You can hurt people by saying those things. That's not on. We're not close to completing the model at all. I am now realizing that these mirrored stags, it's going to be hard to frame them in a cog. Maybe the half cogs, rather than framing them with them, we have them sit above the half cogs. Well, actually, this will be a good way to see how visible this guy will be on top of the white clubs anyway. This is one thing that I was actually quite concerned about. Let's just see how well he actually sits. We're gonna need to soften him up quite a bit more to move him around. Because I think he definitely needs to be fully on top of the, oh fuck, did I just, oh god, oh golly gosh darn it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh golly. Oh gee. Oh dang it. Oh, we might be able to save it. Oh, maybe, maybe. Can I? Oh, we're safe. Saved it? Saved it. Okay. Need to cover the whole thing in the softener. And then, hopefully we'll just be able to slide it around on the surface without it flipping over itself. And if we can get it fully into the white section, it might be more visible. Because the issue I'm seeing now is that I can't see it. Maybe if we pull him all the way over here, he will become visible. That's not visible at all. That is an invisible stag. Huh. I think we remove him, we put him back on the transfer paper, and we revisit this. I just scoop my brush underneath his body there. Turn to the transfer paper. Oh, he's not looking good. I should not have done this. Can we save him? See, we grab his antler there, and then we tumble him over. Pin him with a thumb, and now he's stuck on my thumb. Oh god. Oh! Okay. Okay. Almost got him. I feel like he didn't look like this before. This is a different animal. Oh, hang on. What the hell? I just saw something completely new for a second there. What? Am I hallucinating? Oh, hang on. There it is. Where did the rest of his body go? Am I missing something? Did he not used to have, like, a lot more? Like, I can see it's folded at the top there, but that should just be more antler. He's missing body. So I'm not recovering any antler from brushing at this fold. Oh, there's the antler. Okay. He's still missing a lot of body. Oh, that's folded here. Okay. I've solved the case of the strangely shaped stag. Now I just need to get him back on the paper. So we plant him down like that. And this should just flip over off the top there, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's folded over the top rather than under the back. So I should just be able to... Maybe it is under the back. Oh, golly gosh darn it. Oh, we just almost got it. Fuck! Alright guys, thanks for watching. I had a lot of fun today. And can I think we're gonna call the stream here. Yeah. Ended up going longer than ended up going longer than I thought we were gonna go. But we got a lot of work done, and get off my fucking thumb, dude. And yeah, I'm pretty fucking Jesus. Let go, man. Let go, man. What is that? Bye-bye.